Why is my camera not working? There we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Nerdcast. It is Devin broadcasting, as always, live from an undisclosed location in the center of Texas. On a chill Tuesday evening, the presidential debate is starting now. What's up, Genetic Memory Farms? Welcome back to the stream. I'm going to try to stream it. Oh, my God. Trump is already looking fucking haggard walking out. They shook hands. That was a big thing, like whether they were going to shake hands or not.
Spirited and thoughtful debate.
Now on YouTube, I might get kicked for this. I don't know yet.
Voters repeatedly
I'm going to try.
Is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. I was actually, my mother raised my sister and me,
both have
but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result
I gotta say, I don't like how her opening salvo involves tax cuts to businesses.
My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would
very
be a
Republican.
20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China.
You don't have trolls reporting you? Your crowd likes you?
Because it was so much money they
I'm
can't.
streaming earlier than usual, so I don't know how much my crowd will be in here, but I'm glad you popped in.
They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people.
So he's already
that
leading
she
into like the
and
debunked
Biden
stories.
Led into our country. And they're destroying our country.
She doesn't sound comfortable
They're
or
dangerous.
confident yet.
They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs.
They're not giving me enough credit.
Bounce back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what
Vince,
I
welcome back to the
describe as
stream.
an opportunity economy.
Trump is so full of shit.
The best
Was watching on
economists in our
Asmongold's stream,
country,
but
if not
saw you
the
went
world,
live. Well, thank you
have
for hopping over
reviewed
here.
our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors,
I don't know why they
think my
agreed to have
plan
the
is
mics
a
cut
brilliant
off.
plan. It's a
Leave
great
the
plan.
mics
It's
on.
a plan that's going to bring up our
He sounds like
worth,
an angry
our
middle
value
schooler.
as a country.
I mean,
It's
he
gonna
always
make
sounds like
people
that,
want to
though.
be able to go and work and create
like
jobs
that.
and create a lot of
Or at least they used
good,
to.
solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's
She
like
copied
4
Biden's.
sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that is just, we'll try and lower taxes.
Okay, he brought
She
some
doesn't have a
zingers.
plan.
He
Take a
brought
look at
some
her plan.
zingers.
She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both
Run,
brought up.
spot,
the Vice
run.
President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries
Literally
that
not
have
how
been ripping
tariffs
us
work.
off for years. I was the only president ever China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And you know, if
Like,
she
the
doesn't
country
like them,
doesn't pay
they
the
should have
tariff.
gone
It's
out and
the
they should have
importer.
immediately cut the
The
tariffs.
importer
But those
pays the
tariffs are
tariff.
there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce, so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick.
It
in
feels to
terms
me
of
like I'm watching
workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi! Exclamation
Like,
point.
why are the
when
Democrats
we know
doing
that Xi was responsible
China
for
fear-mongering?
lacking and not giving
It feels
us
like I'm watching a
transparency about
Republican
the
debate,
origins of
like
COVID.
a Republican primary
President Trump, I'll let you
debate.
respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of
Devin, reality of tariff
philosophies
has
like
never
they
stopped
have,
him from
and
talking crap
policies
before.
like they have. I don't say her because she has no
Devin,
policy.
how doomed are we? Yo, what's up,
Everything
Gons? Welcome
that
to the
she
stream.
believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago
Not-
is out
not
the window.
doomed yet,
She's
but-
going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country.
Wait, so
she's
what's
a
the point
Marxist.
then?
Everybody knows she's a Marxist.
Oh, she's a
Her
Marxist.
father's a Marxist professor in economics.
Well, that's
and
true.
He taught her well.
But she is
when
definitely
you look
not
at what
a
she's done
Marxist.
to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not
Yo, what's
the
up, Lynn?
15
Welcome
that
back to
people
the
say,
stream.
and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade.
She word salad there
last
for a
year.
minute,
You
but pulled
said
it back
that you
together.
were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month,
I just
you
don't
said
understand
that your
why Democrats
administration
feel
would
the
be
need
great
to,
for
like,
women and their reproductive rights. In your home state
go
of
all
Florida,
in
you
on, like, the
surprised many
China
with regard to your
warmongering.
6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short, and you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did
Execute
that.
the baby.
Because that predominates.
The baby was
because
born.
they're radical. The
We
Democrats
put the baby
are
in a
radical
guillotine.
that. And her
It's a cute little
vice
guillotine. It's got a
presidential
cute
pick,
little
which I think
baby
was
blade.
a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion.
He
because
says
the baby is born
execution after
is
birth.
okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for
Like, how does any
52
normal
years,
person
they've been
see
trying
that
to
and
get
not be
Roe
like,
v.
oh,
Wade
I get it. This
into
guy
the
is
states.
delusional.
And through the
He needs to take his lithium today.
genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years.
Not really. No.
Every legal scholar,
Not really.
every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote.
Nope.
And that's what happened.
Not at all.
Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby
Yeah,
after
no
it's
shit.
born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your
No
response
shit.
to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court.
And they
with the
all lied
intention
during their
that they would
hearings.
undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country.
Like, this
You
is
wanna
obviously
talk
her
about
strongest
this is what people
point.
wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term, they don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President
That
Harris.
was
Well, there
obviously
she goes again.
her
It's a
strongest point of
lie.
the night so far.
I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country
This debate is
apart.
aimed specifically
And
at
they
the
wanted
tiny
it
small
back in the
slice of
states.
undecideds.
And I
That
did
is why
something
you
that nobody
will
thought was
hear a
possible.
center bit debate.
The states are now voting.
Yeah, but I think
What
that
she
that's a
says is
critical
an absolute
miscalculation.
lie. And as far as the abortion ban,
Genetic Marine
no,
Farms.
I'm not in favor of abortion ban.
There's
but it
no such
doesn't
thing as a
matter
9th-month
because
abortion, of course
this
not.
issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well,
came
I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 essentially 50-50 in both Senate and
I
the
just
House.
hope she brings up
She's not going to get the
his
vote. She
civil
can't get
court
the vote.
rape
She won't even
conviction.
come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans.
Why did he pivot this
they didn't
to
get it for free.
debt
But they were
cancel?
saying
Like,
it's the
this-
same
this
way
isn't a
that
strong
they
suit for
talked
you,
about
bro.
that they talk about
Why
abortion.
did you pivot to
But if
like
I
one of
could
the
just get
worst
a yes or no,
points you could
because you're
pivot
running
to?
me, J.D. Vance has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind
all
if
fairness,
he has
JD
a
is a
certain
bit of a
view, but I
tool.
think he was speaking for me. But I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people.
Yo, what's up,
on
Anthony?
abortion.
Welcome back.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade, and as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion
It's
ban.
beyond. It's psychotic.
Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied
You should be using that to
IVF
call into
treatments.
question his
What
own
is
mental
happening
acuity.
in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who
Unlikely
can
voters
barely
aren't watching
afford
this. They have to be
childcare
reached
as it
through media.
is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting
Holy
next to
shit,
strangers,
212,000
to go and
people
get
are
the
watching this
healthcare
See It
she
in YouTube
needs.
stream.
Barely can afford
And
to
that's
do
just
it,
the
and
See It
what
in
you
YouTube
are putting
stream.
her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to
Yeah,
make
I think that
decisions
some
about her own
undecideds
body.
might be watching
And
this.
that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
10th month,
Okay, would you do that?
12th month.
Why don't you ask her
Why-
that
why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question, would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just
And
look
probably-
at the governor, former
Why
governor
would you keep
of
saying
Virginia.
that?
The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats,
Oh,
voters
boy.
across
Okay,
the board.
this is about to
in
get
this country.
bleak for everyone.
Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June,
Trump spent more
President
time golfing
Biden
than Obama
imposed
did.
tough
I
new
honestly don't know
asylum
how
restrictions.
anybody
We know
ever
the numbers since
has
then
ever
have
voted for
dropped
Trump.
significantly.
Oh, I mean,
But my question to you tonight is,
I
why
know
did the
people.
administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the traffic. United States Congress, including some of the most
What-
conservative
what
members of
happened
the
to that?
United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents
It
on
was
the border
basically
to
Trump's
help those
plan.
folks who are working there right now overtime trying to
Which
do
is
their
why
job.
I oppose.
It
I
would have
oppose that.
allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families.
And he's probably
going
gonna
to
say that. He's probably
going
gonna
to
say,
personally affected
"You bit
by
my
the surge
flow."
of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources
was my
to allow
line,
us
bar
to
for
prosecute
bar.
transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the rallies.
Oh, that's
People
the
started
important
leaving.
part.
People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that
Oh
came
my
in.
God,
They're
he
eating the
did it!
pets.
He
They're
did it!
eating- They're eating the pets of the people
Oh my
that live
God.
there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again.
I mean, for starters, wait, what happened to the stream? Oh. What happened to the stream? Oh! Oh no! Oh no! They're eating the dogs that killed it. Or is it my internet? No, my internet's fine. I guess my stream is still up. Wait, is this...
Back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this
I don't know
country.
what happened to the...
And if she becomes
Shit, there's
president,
211 people
this
watching
country
this, too.
doesn't have a
Motherfuckers are
chance
watching
of
this
success.
debate.
Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
Yeah, I think the CNN one is just cooked. Sucks for them.
Specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
The people on
this is a
television say
clear-
my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by
Oh
the
my
people that
God,
went
these
there.
people- I mean, that's such a
Again,
fucking
the Springfield
racist.
city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain,
that's
including the endorsement
I mean, that's
of
not the duff
former Vice
I,
President
that she
Dick
thinks it is to
Cheney
me,
and
but I don't know. Maybe
Congressmember
some
Liz
people
Cheney.
fucking love
And
that.
if you want
The
to really
Dick Cheney
know
endorsement.
the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary
I hope
of
you all out there are
Defense has said
familiar
the
with the
nation,
reality of the
Republic
whole
would never survive
Haitian pet
another
debacle.
Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people
Okay, you are
not
naive if you
being
thought he wasn't going to be
addressed, I think the
xenophobic.
choice
I mean,
is
I knew he
clear
was
in
going to be
this election.
xenophobic, but I didn't
President
think he was
Trump,
going to
I'll
go
give you a quick
all
minute to
in on.
respond.
They're eating dogs.
Thank you.
They're
because
kidnapping dogs.
when I
They're
hear
eating
that,
the little kitties.
See,
I
I'm a
see you,
different
Suki.
kind of a person.
Suki,
I
I'm
fired
gonna eat
most
you.
of those people. Not so graciously. They did
Oh, she didn't
bad
like me saying
things or a
that.
bad job.
She gave me
I
the
fired
stink
them.
eye.
They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just
The stream was
killed
good on
viciously
YouTube?
and
Okay,
violently
awesome.
killed. And I got to know the parents and
Just
the
seeing it.
family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has
What
ever
Kamala
seen.
Harris can't say
So
about
when
this is the
somebody does a
reality
bad
that
job,
there is no
I
good
fire
way
him.
to lose a
And you
war.
take a guy like Esper. He was no
And that
good.
war
I
was
fired
lost
him, so
like
he writes a
15
book.
years
Another
ago.
one writes a book, because with me they can write books. With nobody else can they?
What?
But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
I mean,
Let me continue on immigration.
That's
That's what
just
you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to
factually
the
incorrect by the
deportation,
fact that he's the former
proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well.
The centrist,
President
this
Trump,
is for,
you call this the largest domestic
like when
deportation
Republicans
operation
endorse
in the history of our
Democrats.
country. You say you would use the National Guard. You
Oh,
say if
oh,
things
the
get out of
centrist, this
control,
is
you'd have
for,
no
like
problem
when
using the
Republicans
U.S.
endorse
military.
Democrats. Yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you
guess I'm skeptical on
deport
how
11
big that
million
constituency
undocumented
is.
immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities
Oh,
be
hey,
going
are we
door to
done
door
with
in this country?
Marwin? Yo, what's up, John? Welcome back to
It
the
is
stream.
much higher because of them.
I'm taking
They
a break
allowed
from
criminals,
Marwin at the
many,
moment.
many millions
I
of
will get
criminals.
back to it
They
and
allowed
deal with the
terrorists.
tribunal.
They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back.
Hey, I'm watching
or
on
we're going to
C-SPAN. Yo,
kill
what's
you.
up, Wisp? Welcome
Do you
back
know
to the
that
stream.
crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here
No,
is
crime
up
is
and
down here
through the
too.
roof. Despite
Crime is
their
down all over the
fraudulent
world,
statements that
including
they
in
made.
America.
Crime in this country is through the roof, and we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at
Oh, I thought it was
levels that
Biden
nobody
migrant
thought
crime.
possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI
he
says
ditched the Biden
overall
part.
violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't
Defrauding
include the
statements.
worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear.
She should have mentioned all the times he was sued for fraud.
Where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They
Dude,
talk
a
about
Republican shot you.
democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
He's coming
We have a lot to get
undone.
to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your
Crime is
campaign
down compared to
says
what,
you
the
don't.
1980s?
You supported decriminalizing border crossings.
80s,
now
yes,
you're
but
taking
also,
a harder
I mean, it's been
line.
going
I know
down.
You
It
say that
picked
your
up
values have not changed.
during the pandemic.
So then why have so
but
many of your policy
It's
positions
been going back
changed?
down to pre-pandemic
So
levels.
my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss
Oh, hey, are we
every
still acting
one
like
of
the
at least
Constitution
every point
matters?
that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about
mean,
fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania.
certain respects,
I
I
made that
hope
very
so.
clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President
And this
of
is
the
why
United
we
States.
wanted
And in fact,
cut-
I
wanted
was
cut
the
mics.
tie-breaking vote
I
on
didn't
the
want
Inflation
cut mics.
Reduction Act, which
Let them be
opened
maniacs, I
leases
say.
for fracking.
No cut mics.
My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest
how many years have
increase
Democrats and
in
Republicans been saying
domestic
that
oil
line?
production in history.
been saying that since
because
fucking
of
Jimmy
an approach
Carter.
that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related
I have
to
issues with her
having
proposed
a friend
plan on
when I
that,
was
by
in
the
high
way.
school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up.
Kill it.
I intend to be
You're starting to
that
lose
president.
you're losing the thread here.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police. She's been against that forever.
Oh, come on,
She
dog.
gave
She was
all
a
that
fucking
stuff up
rabid attorney or attorney
very
general in
wrongly,
California.
very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it. Okay, they're all laughing at it. She gave
Yep,
up
they're both
at
kinda
least
wacky to me.
12 and probably 14 or
Violent
15
crime
different
stats are
policies.
down year on year. Now
she was
fraud,
big
wire
on
fraud, and
defund the
financial
police.
crimes are going
in
bonkers.
Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please.
Oh, he's trying to
Does that
do.
sound familiar?
He's trying to do that.
She
he
went
said
out.
that sound familiar. That's so
went out
fucking whack,
in
dude.
Minnesota and wanted
Excuse
to
me,
let
I'm
criminals
talking.
that killed
Sound
people,
familiar?
that burned down Minneapolis.
Sound familiar?
She went out and raised money
How
to
do
get
you
them out
like
of
it?
jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison.
What?
This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania.
Confiscate guns.
If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it.
I don't know that I
and
would
the
hang out with either
prices
one
were
of those
going
two
up
at a barbecue.
The roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day
I lost
after
track
that
of what he was
election,
talking about here.
they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar. But they take 400,
He realized he was
500
shit-talking
acres
solar
of
a little
desert
too
soil.
hard.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment.
He realized he was
Thank you.
shit-talking solar a little too
We have
hard.
an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power.
'Cause he wants
which,
that
of course, we
Elon
all know
money.
is a cornerstone
He's like,
of our
I can't shit on
democracy
Elon
and the
Musk
role
too
of a
hard.
president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world,
Turn
not
a
just
January
South
6th
America,
question
they're
into
coming in from
immigration.
all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David? When are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple
He was
question
also the
as we
president
move
when
forward toward another
Minneapolis
election.
was
Is there
burned.
anything you regret
So
about
he
what
could have
you did
he could
on
have
that
done
day?
that.
Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital.
All he could talk
on
about
that
is
day,
immigration since like
140
2015.
law enforcement officers were injured, and some died.
What the fuck? Immigrants took over Seattle. I thought they were
understand,
just American
the
hippies.
Former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time
All
say?
I can say, if America votes for
There were
Trump,
fine
then we
people
get
on
what we
each side.
deserve. She
Let's
called-
remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president
She called. He
said, the
turns a
former
question
president said,
about
stand back
January
and
6th
stand
to
by.
immigration. Housing is
So
immigration.
for
This guy's
everyone
obsessed with
watching who
immigrants.
remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back.
She should
It's
say,
time to
you
turn
should
the
ask Mike
page.
Pence about what he
And
thinks
if that was a bridge
about
too
January
far for you,
6th.
well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand
He absolutely did inside
for
January
country,
6th. He can deny it all
to
he
stand
wants.
for our democracy, to stand for rule of law.
Just be like, just ask
to
Mike
end the
Pence. Where is old
chaos.
Mikey?
And
Where is
to
old Mikey
end
P? Why isn't
the
he your VP
approach
again?
that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham,
Wait,
Sean
what's been
Hannity,
debunked?
Jesse, all of these people, they covered it.
What?
If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost
Charlottesville?
every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to
Immigrants,
come through on
immigrants,
the
there you go.
southern
You know,
border?
that
How
should have
come
been a
she's not doing
drinking
anything?
game.
And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down
And hunt some
to
immigrants.
Washington, D.C. during
Oh,
this debate
okay,
because
never
we're
mind.
wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They
I mean,
don't
she
need
mentioned
bills.
before that
have
they
the
tried
right
to
do
pass
it.
the bill.
The President of the United States, you'll
And
get him out of
he
bed.
told the Republicans to
you'll wake him
block
up
it.
at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people,
I wanna-
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short. Are you now acknowledging that you lost
like,
in
no,
2020?
that doesn't sound like me.
But
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
But
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016,
I mean, he did get the most votes of any sitting president.
The election, people should
And it's
never
just
be thinking
Joe
about
Biden
an
got
election
a
as
little bit more.
fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections.
You can't shake your head, Kamala.
Our
You support walls
elections
now,
are
too.
bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically.
Like, at
and
a
these
certain
people
point,
are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing
his camp
them
needs
to
to
come into our
realize that
country.
this
I did watch all of these
psychotic
pieces of
obsession with
video.
immigrants
I didn't
just
detect
makes him
sarcasm,
sound like
lost by
a
whisker, we didn't quite make it.
stereotypical
And we should just point out
racist
here as
old
clarification,
man.
and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that
So it makes him sound like a lot of America, and that is what they are banking on?
And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump.
I don't know if I entirely
I have
agree
talked
with that
with military leaders,
assessment,
some of whom work
farms.
with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look.
Well, in fairness, he then had the CIA blow it up. So
he said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes.
I'll give you a little
They
secret.
threw
He
him out.
hates her.
She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who
boy,
are still
okay.
being held,
Now it's about to
Americans
get
among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians.
That was a good Kamala
You said that
quote.
9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain.
many more
Just
than
last
that.
week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist
I
organization,
mean, we got here long before that.
slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many
And
of them
ironically,
young people who were
It was
simply
because of
attending
Trump
a concert.
and the Abraham Accords.
Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely,
They're
I
eating
said
our
then, I
dogs.
said
Yeah, what's
now.
up, DJ in Belleville?
Israel
Welcome back to the
has
stream.
a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far
This guy
too
from
many
another country said I'm great.
innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages
Arms embargo?
out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in
But how?
that
The
solution,
question was, how do
there
you do
must be
this?
security for the Israeli people and
Not
Israel,
what do you
and
do,
an
but
equal
how.
measure for the Palestinians.
And the only answer at this point
but the
is an
one thing
arms
I will
embargo.
assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself.
Okay, so no
in
arms
particular
embargo.
as it relates
So
to,
you wasted
as it
our
relates
time
to
then.
Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu
should have followed up with,
and
okay,
also
but how?
Hamas in order to get the
That's the
hostages
question,
out
how?
and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will
Would
not
that it were.
exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the
she hates
whole
both?
place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have
That's an
never
interesting. I
happened.
didn't expect
Iran
that
was
twist.
broke under Donald
She
Trump.
hates
Now
Israel,
Iran has
but she hates Arabs.
$300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different
So, like, what is she like?
spheres of terror, and they are spheres
A
of
Genghis
terror,
Khanite or
horrible
something?
terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen.
Ooh, he
Look at
said
what's going
Houthis.
on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire
but you
career
hate
in
Arabs
life
too, but that's
supported
okay.
Israel
We're okay with
and
you
the
hating
Israeli
Arabs.
people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security
My
by
wife is
allowing
supposed to be
every
asleep,
nation last
but I can
month
hear her laughing at
for
Trump.
the year,
Dude, Palestine and Israel is
168
beyond
different
America's
countries
control
sending
sphere of
people into our
influence.
country.
We can
Their
have
crime
opinions,
rates are
we
way
don't
down.
own it. Dude, we send
Putin
all
endorsed
of
her last
Israel
week.
gets like
Said, "I hope
60%
she
of their
wins," and I
weapons
think he
from
meant
us.
it,
We
because
can
what
just
he's
turn
gotten
that
away
spigot
with
off, and they
is
would be forced
absolutely
to do what
incredible.
we
It
say.
wouldn't have
We
happened
do
with
have.
me.
They
The
are
leaders of
we are
other
their sphere of
countries think that
influence.
they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in
Yeah,
and
by
kill the
surrendering
Keystone
Ukraine.
Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in
Oh
Philadelphia.
boy, that'll settle the debate, the conflict real quick. I mean, yeah, he said as much basically that you know,
The ABC
just
News
let Putin
presidential
win,
debate
basically.
will continue after this.
We didn't get involved with Ukraine because they aren't in the UN, so not sure what Trump's talking about.
The House
Wait,
will be
what?
in order?
We didn't get involved.
This year,
with
C-SPAN
Ukraine.
celebrates 45 years
So you're
of
talking
covering
about?
Congress like no other.
Let me mute this.
Since 1979,
You're talking about like militarily speaking, though, because like we are involved to a tremendous degree. It's definitely a proxy war, but yeah, because they aren't in NATO, and the invasion has not triggered Article 1 of NATO, which would require all NATO allies to come to the aid of the invaded NATO ally. We don't have that obligation. We don't have that obligation, and honestly, we don't want that obligation. There's a reason Ukraine isn't in NATO, even though they've been begging for it for decades. And we've always been kind of dangling that carrot in front of them. Like, we don't want them to be in NATO because that would have meant a nuclear war with Russia. That's the one thing that we are. Oh, Cornel West, is he still running? That's the one thing that we're desperate to like avoid. You know, is a nuclear confrontation, a direct one at least. So yeah, we'll let Finland and Denmark and shit in. Like, sure, whatever, guys, knock yourselves out. You want to be in NATO? Congratulations, you're in NATO. But that offer was never going to be realistically extended to Ukraine. And it wasn't going to be realistically extended to Ukraine because we don't want to get into a ground war with an actual war with Russia. And by extension of that, we're not going to be sending, you know, troops and shit to fight on the front lines in Russia. Now, that doesn't mean we won't be involved, like, militarily. Obviously, we're sending arms and we're sending people to train. We're sending soldiers to train Ukrainian fighters and, you know, how to use some of the weapon systems we're giving them and how to engage in urban combat to a degree. But it's not, I don't foresee it going beyond that point. But either way, like, shit's getting so crusty over there. I feel like it's weird that thing's been going on since like what 2022. It's been going on since like 2022 at this point. Like both sides of that conflict are being pushed to like the brink. Something's gonna have to give here within the next 5 or 6 months, where they're gonna have to be forced to come to the negotiating table and come to terms with the fact that, all said and done, it is very likely that Ukraine will have to cede those 2 regions they lost to Russia. I know that Ukraine is making incursions into Russia and occupying territories there. I don't know what that's going to mean for any negotiations with respects to ceding territory, but it definitely complicates the situation. But I mean, I don't know. I just feel like something's going to have to give in the next few months. This is why you also get, like, Russia has been. It came out in the news a while ago about some right-wing talkers being on under the I guess indirect employ of Russia. Tim Pool and the like being paid obscene amounts of money by tenant media who were funded from Russia. A lot of the people under that sphere of influence have been recently tacitly, not talking about targeted Russia's ability to do targeted nuclear strikes, and I think there's a reason for that. Like, I think the word they're trying to get the word out that nuclear, using nuclear weapons to any capacity, whether it's targeted or not, is on the table, but it's not on the table in a world ending like, A Boy and His Dog or Fallout sort of way, where people think nuclear and they see a mushroom cloud and we're all, eating each other for sustenance. They're trying to soften it by saying, no, it's targeted nuclear. It's targeted nuclear. It's nuclear, but it's contained and it's not going to affect your life. It's not going to change your life. You'll still be able to have the life you live. And I think that's a part of the reason why that propaganda is getting pushed out more and more now, is because Russia's desperate and they've got nowhere else to turn to but
that we must defend Ukraine from
armament.
Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question.
Pulling funding from Ukraine.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are.
Trying to stay awake to watch this.
They're
Sucks
in for
being sick.
$150
I'm sorry to hear that,
billion
Lynn.
less
I hope you feel
because
better.
Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why?
President.
For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president?
Like a
but
dog.
We have a president,
Mr. President.
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected.
He's
how would
really
you deal with
become more
Vladimir
and more
Putin, and would it
unglued
be
as this
any
has gone
different from
on?
what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about
the
Ukraine.
thing that we didn't want.
Understand
Russia
why
bordering
the European
a NATO
allies
ally.
and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And
see, he's doing the thing now, too.
Maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about.
I call it the
But
N-word.
just so you understand, they sent her
He
to
said that before, by the
negotiate
way.
peace before
The
this war
N-word.
started. 3 days
No,
later,
not
he
that
went
one.
in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down.
Oh, look
as
at my
the worst
African American
vice
over
president in
here.
the history
Look
of
at
our
him.
country. But let me tell you something.
Are you the greatest?
She is a
Do you know what I'm
horrible
talking about?
negotiator.
Okay.
They sent her in to negotiate.
What's up, Royal?
as soon
Welcome
as
back to
they
the
left.
stream. How are you
Putin
doing tonight?
Did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another
From
one.
this fella.
When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries
that we don't even want to talk about it. And that was a word that was never supposed to be mentioned. You have two N-words, neither of which should ever be mentioned.
That's not.
We were
That's him
being
mentioning
ripped
it.
off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agree with President Biden's
Chance
decision
today than ever.
to
You
pull
know,
out of
Putin mentioned
Afghanistan.
the
Four
N-word.
presidents
You know,
said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban.
He's so pissed, though.
The negotiation
unglued
involved the Taliban
tonight.
getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor
Camp
the
David
importance of American diplomacy, where we invite
All right, this is
and
very
receive
lived up here. This is some Aaron
respected
Sorkin lib
world
shit.
leaders. And this
Camp David is not
former president,
a reviled
as president,
or
invited
revered
them
thing.
to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility.
Okay, I love you guys, but I can't finish. I can't listen to this dude.
To
all right,
be
Royal,
commander-in-chief with a level of
Enjoy your
respect.
evening, friends. Hey, well,
And
thanks
this
for stopping by,
gets back to
Royal.
the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, They blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement
Once again,
was,
there's no good
was
way to
terminated
lose a
by
war,
us
and that
because
war was
they
lost 15 years
didn't
ago.
do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion,
I know the
most
obvious
embarrassing
N-word, trying to think
moment
of
in
what the
history
other
of our
one
country.
is.
And by
I'll
the
let
way,
you know in a
that's why
second, Vince.
Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how
Both of them are
incompetent
evil. Trump
she
is less
and
evil, in
her
my
boss
opinion.
are.
Just my 2
President
cents.
Trump, thank you.
I
wanna
have
move
a
on now to race and
radically
politics in this
different
country.
opinion on
Mr.
that.
President,
than
you
do,
recently
Mr.
said of
Fair.
Vice President Harris,
Welcome back to
quote,
the stream.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
She happened
I want
to
to ask a
turn
bigger
black.
picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words.
Well, why can't
I
you
don't
extend
know.
that to
I don't know.
trans
I mean,
people?
all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the
Bad
vast
timing for
majority
this
of
ad.
us know
Sorry,
that we have
Vince.
so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want
I'll try to
this
keep an
kind
eye on
of
the
approach
ads.
that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he
I
owned
got
land,
involved with
he
the
owned
Taliban.
buildings,
What a quote. What's up,
and
Taco? Welcome back
he
to the
was
stream. How are you doing
investigated
tonight?
because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual
That is true.
who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times
This is also true.
calling for the execution
Fucking crazy, but true.
of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
Nobody
Knowing that
literally
regardless
asked that.
of people's color or the language their
No
grandmothers
motherfucker
speak, we
out there is
all
talking about
have
the
same dreams and
aspirations and dreams of
aspirations
the
and want
American
a
people.
president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they
Chilling
come
and
up with
watching this
things
mess,
like
lol. How are
what
you,
she
dude?
just
I'm
said.
okay.
Going back many, many
Dealing
years,
with some stomach
when
issues,
a lot of
but
people,
hanging in
including
there.
Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest
'Cause there's
economies
nothing
in the
now.
history of the world, and I'm going
She
to
has
build
to
it
go
again.
back to
It's
my
gonna be
earlier
bigger, better, and
racism
stronger.
because I don't have
But
no
they're
racism
destroying
now.
our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil
I am really
policies,
enjoying watching
every
him
single
lose.
policy. And
I think I'll
remember
make
this,
some celebratory shrimp dumplings.
she is
Ooh,
Biden.
that sounds good.
You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman.
Hi, Devin.
She
Yo,
says.
what's up, Carlos?
She
Welcome
is
back to the
Biden.
stream. How are you doing
The
tonight?
worst inflation we've ever had. A horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
She should
one
be
who
saying, "I'm not
believes
Joe Biden" more often.
in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
He's like so sweaty now too.
She
It's-
has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues. He is becoming
fracking
more
in
and more
Pennsylvania
unglued.
or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank
you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
going
need
to move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today.
What great economy
And
did he
what I
build? My
said
dad
that
talks
if we
about it,
come
and I
up with
ask, he
something,
can't
and we
answer
are
either.
working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it.
talking about?
If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a
What?
choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been
Does
good
he
to
not
just
remember
let
that,
it rot
like, the
and
president
let it go
before
away.
him was Obama?
I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans.
Medicare for all.
If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money,
So
and
he
be
has
better
no
healthcare
plan.
than Obamacare,
He has no plan.
then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right
Concepts of a
now.
plan.
But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in
Oh, not
2017,
much. Just
you
wanted to see
supported
how
Bernie
the
Sanders'
NPC
proposal to do
debate
away with
goes.
private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you
Which is
proposed
what
a
we
plan
should
that
do.
included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond
Nobody
to a
likes private
previous
health
point
care.
that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president,
I hope the
60
moderator
times he tried
follows
to get
up
rid
with,
of the Affordable
okay,
Care
but
Act.
do you support
60 times.
Medicare for
I
all
was a
still?
senator at the time.
Corner her
when
on it.
I will
Make
never
her say
forget
yes
the
or
early
no.
morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate, and the late, great John McCain who you have disparaged as being
one good thing Trump
you don't
did,
like him, you
disparaging
said,
John
at the
McCain.
time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said,
That was a boss
no,
move,
you
though.
don't. No,
His
you
thumbs
don't.
down?
No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you,
Speaking
the
of
American
Medicare,
people.
do you
Donald
support
Trump
Medicare
said he
for
was going to
all or
allow
no?
Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be
She just won by taking
to
the
strengthen
road.
the Affordable Care
If
Act,
she stays
not
on
get rid of it.
what she
Vice
has a
President
plan
Harris,
for,
thank
in terms
he
of
will
where
not be able to
Donald
keep
Trump
pace.
stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She made
of
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money.
Oh, boy,
but
it's
she
getting
won't
steamy.
improve private insurance for people.
This
private
is winning,
medical
him coming
insurance.
unglued and,
That's
her
another
saying
thing
she
she
has a
doesn't
plan
want
for
to.
that.
People are
Trump-
paying privately for
He's taking
insurance.
this L harder than
that
the
have worked
Cleveland
hard
Browns did
and
against the
made money,
Cowboys.
and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait
I fucking
6
wish,
months for an
dog.
operation that you need
She
immediately.
said-
President
why is
Trump,
she
thank
shaking
you.
her
We
head
have
no?
another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the
This is
environment,
part of
you
the
say that
right-wing
we have
hell
to
we
have
live
clean
in,
air
where
and
Democrats
clean
are
water.
moving
Vice President
to the
Harris,
right
you call climate
on
change
issues
an
that they used to be,
existential threat.
you know,
The question to
reliably
you both
good
tonight is,
on.
what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And
I can't wait
what
for
we know is
politics
that
to be
it is
boring
very
again.
real. You ask anyone who lives
dodged
in a
the question
state who
about,
has
beating earlier,
experienced these
too.
extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or
This
it's
is
being
not the
jacked
audience for
up.
Medicare for All. I
You
agree, but this is
ask
not the crowd.
anybody
I
who
disagree
has
with
been,
that. Like,
the
Medicare for All is
victim of
popular
what that means
amongst
in terms
independents,
of losing their home,
centrists,
having nowhere to
everybody,
go.
because
We
nobody
know
likes
that
private
we can
insurance.
actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care
Nobody-
deeply about
nobody
this
is
issue.
going to vouch
And
for
I am
private
proud that
insurance
as
in
Vice
this
President
country.
over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy
make
economy.
Donald Trump
while
defend
we have
private
also
insurance.
increased
That's a
domestic
losing
gas
fight for
production
him.
to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while
We
I
actually
have been
beat
vice
Medicare.
president.
Get the memo?
We have
Yeah, you're right about
invested
that.
in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement
I
of the
honestly don't know
United
why we
Auto
don't have
Workers and
health care
Sean
for all
Fain,
like so many other
who also
Western
know
countries
that part
do.
of building a clean energy economy includes investing
corruption.
in American-made products,
really
American
the long and short of that
automobiles.
answer, just
It
corruption.
includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other
This
place.
would be a good
What
segue
they've
for her to
done
talk about the
business
United
and
Auto Workers Union
manufacturing
and
this
unions in
country
general.
is horrible.
Let's do some left
we
shit
have
here.
nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, They get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates in a
Dude, the reason the left has to move center is because of precious little snowflakes thinking they're too good to compromise. I agree with Medicare for all, but that discussion is for primaries. I just disagree with that assessment. I think that it's an outdated political strategy to think that, like, because it's conventional wisdom, but sometimes conventional wisdom gets outdated and becomes wrong. Like, it's conventional wisdom to say that Democrats have to go left in the primaries and then moderate towards the center in the general. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And in fact, I think that adhering so doggedly to that convention is what gets you this situation where this election is a lot closer than it needs to be. It shouldn't be this close. We shouldn't have these elections that are like, oh, there's a 0.5 percentage between both candidates with supposedly outlandishly opposing political ideologies. It shouldn't be that way. Like, you know, she's she's leading him in, I think, Michigan by 2 points, maybe. Like, it should be a much larger gap. It should be a much larger gap in these places. Like, she benefited from the excitement of the switch from Biden to her, and then picking a legitimately strong progressive as a vice presidential candidate. That generated a lot of excitement. That's where you saw a lot of those big gains. But a lot of those big gains have been evaporated in recent days. For a variety of reasons, including the fact that the enthusiasm for her base has been watered down a little, you know, and it's been watered down because she's been watering down her message by following this idea that you have to adhere to the center. But here's the thing. The center, those undecided voters, the ones that every party tries to capture to win the election, they aren't ideologues. They don't adhere to any political belief. They follow trends and fads, and that's it. They think that they have some kind of conviction, and they think that the idea of, oh, I can go either way, either Democrat or Republican, like, makes them some kind of, like, you know, political savant. But the reality is they just follow excitement. And if the excitement is with Trump because, oh, we've never seen a guy like this before, they'll go with Trump. This is why you get so many independent voters that say shit like, well, I don't agree with his take on immigration. And it's like, Trump runs on immigration. That's his main thing, is immigration. But they'll be like, I don't agree with his take on immigration. I think he kind of goes a little far on that. But, you know, I think he could be a real change agent. And it's like, you don't think that. And this speaks partially to Vince's dad, who, you know, thinks Trump is good on the economy but can't explain why. Nothing to do with ideology or anything like that. It's just there's excitement on that side, and we want to be a part of the excitement. So how do you get people to be excited to be a part of your excitement? You whip up your base. Republicans are fucking awesome at whipping up their base. Unfortunately, that means shit like, you know, what you see tonight, where they're frothing at the mouth about fucking immigrants eating cats and shit. But their base loves that for the most part. And Democrats do the opposite. They don't whip up their base. Like, they don't like to say the shit that they have to say to whip up their base, because then they have to follow through on it. And a lot of the shit that whips up their base takes money away from their donors, you know, takes money away from the people that fund their party. So they have to do this delicate dance of, well, we want to excite our base, but we can't really excite the base. That's why they didn't like Bernie Sanders, because Bernie was just, I'm going to say that shit. And people got excited about him. But then people were like, oh, shit, well, if he wins, then he's going to actually try to do that shit. You know, all the money that we make from, you know, all the investments that we have in for-profit health insurance, you know, I'm going to lose billions of dollars if that happens, you know? So even though that excites the base and it gets people genuinely interested, it's the same. It's like being the victim of your own success, which is what the Republicans are suffering from right now. Republicans are a victim of their own success in that they spent decades whipping people up into a frenzy about abortion, getting their base excited about banning abortion, repealing Roe v. Wade. That excites their base. And that managed to get them presidencies that they had no business getting because, they've been losing the popular vote in all these elections. But once they get to that office, once they get that seat, all of a sudden they've got to put up or shut up. They've got all these, Supreme Court justices they put on the court. It's time to put up or shut up. And they had to do the thing. And now they're victims of that because, hey, it turns out the country actually likes Roe v. Wade.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future.
Not quite.
And the other that is focused on the past.
It was a lot of a discussion
and an
about
attempt to take us backward.
shit that's happened 4 years ago.
But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that
I
is
wish you would talk about raising the minimum wage.
Hardworking folks a break and
they
bringing
promised
down
that in
the cost of
2020
living.
and failed to do it.
I believe.
So why abandon it now?
What we can do together.
Raise the
that
minimum
is
wage and
about
make that like a
sustaining
central
America's
part of your
standing
platform.
in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so
that's the
rightly
lowest of the
deserve,
low-hanging
including
fruit at this point.
respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator.
If you get
and now
young
vice
voters
president.
involved,
I've only had
then
one client,
you will get to address the
people.
issues you want, but
And I'll tell
until
you, as a
then, expect them to
prosecutor,
court
I never
likely
asked
voters.
a victim or a witness, are you a Republican
You
or
think
a Democrat?
likely voters don't want...
The only thing I
Dude,
ever ask them, are
old
you okay?
people love Medicare.
And that's the kind of president we need right now.
So what's the
Someone who
difference
cares
to them?
about you
It's
and
not
is
like they're going to
putting
lose Medicare
themselves
if Medicare for all
first.
happens.
I intend to be
If
a
anything,
president
you would just
for all
communicate it to them. Yeah,
Americans
we're just going to expand
and
Medicare
focus
from,
on what we can do over
from
the next
starting
10
at age
and
55 to
20
starting
years
at age
to
0.
build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
Why are you loyal to Putin?
So
you
she
hypocrite?
just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline.
I don't think this is
We're
the
being
inspiring
laughed at all
message
over the
that
world.
he thinks
all
it
over the
is.
world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals.
You know
and
he
they're
wasn't going to
destroying our
let. He
country.
wasn't going to get
The
away
worst
from
president,
this
the
without
worst
mentioning
vice president
all
in
these
the
people
history
coming into
of
the
our
country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from
He
here
was
in
so
Philadelphia
sweaty
at the
by the
National
end of that.
Constitution Center.
He was just
I'm
a
Lindsay
sweaty,
Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank
unhinged
you for watching
mess.
here in the U.S. and all over
All right,
the
I gotta use
world,
the
and
bathroom.
from
I'll be
all
back
of
in a
us here
second.
at ABC News. Good night.
I'll put on some Dawson tones for you guys, but I'll be back in a second. All right, I am back. Oh boy, what an interesting ordeal that was. I think all said and done, all told, Trump did not do himself any favors by becoming so radically unhinged, unglued, so early on in all of that. I think that being a terminally online weirdo that he is, screeching at the top of his lungs about immigrants eating cats and shit, probably not gonna sit very well for him. I mean, Kamala did better than I thought she would. Obviously, not the kind of candidate that I want for my politics, but she didn't shit the bed. There's that much. She did not do a Joe Biden, and I guess at this point, you know, that's all you can really hope for. She had some really good, strong lines. Whatever she talked about abortion, I think that was like the strongest of her for the night. She had some pretty good prosecutorial moments where she would like kind of lay out a case against Trump in the way that you might lay out a case in court, and I think that was purposeful. She's leaning into the experience of being an attorney, but really, more than anything she individually did, I think it's just Trump being so unhinged, and like he kept going on and on about immigrants in like the most, you know, racist uncle kind of way, like a Gran Torino, get off my lawn, you rotten punks kind of way, which I'm sure plays great for his base, but I don't know if that's what's going to be so appealing towards, like when I talk about whipping up the base and that excitement of your base attracting the middle, those squishy independent voters, I don't think this is the way to do it. I don't think those voters are attracted by intense levels of hostility and like just deep negative aura. Like, there was a lot of negative aura coming from him tonight. Like, people like positivity. They like the idea of voting for something good to happen, right? And I guess if I was going to critique Trump's approach from the right, if I was going to put on my hyper-conservative hat, well, if I put on my hyper-conservative hat, I would be delusional and think that everything went swimmingly for him. But speaking realistically, I probably would have said, hey, look, if you're going to go hard on immigration, you have to go hard on it in a way that offers some positive benefit towards voters. Voters aren't going to respond super positively to, you live in an ashen hellscape of mongoloids swarming over from the border. Vote for me. Like, that's not the way to go. You could talk about all the people coming from the border, but you have to segue that somehow into something positive, into something that people want to be attracted to. Like, people want to be attracted to your agenda, right? So whip up your base with that immigration shit, but then you have to make sure you make it appealing to the people that aren't in your base. And that's a part of why I think progressive politics would work so much better in the general rather than just a primary, is because a lot of that stuff is populist, and populist from a left perspective and not the right perspective, because right populism is fucking terrifying shit. You heard it tonight. But left populism gets people excited because it's like, oh man, we could live in a world where, I don't have to worry about healthcare. Like, I could switch my job because I'm not going to lose my healthcare by switching jobs. I can see the doctor that I used to see about a year ago but fell out of my network because now I don't have to worry about doctors being in and out of my network. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah. Oh, we're going to build bullet trains, connecting all the major cities. That sounds cool. That I could finally just get in a train and go to Dallas and not have to sit in my car for 3.5 hours. That sounds awesome. I want to do that. I want to live in that world. Like, you always have to leave people saying to themselves, I want to live in that world. And that vision, that apocalyptic vision of, like, a World War Z flood of evil immigrants eating cats and shit or whatever, with no positive, offer on the other side, does not leave anyone thinking, I want to live in that world. And I guess the counter argument to that is it inspires enough fear. You try to get people to vote out of fear, but I guess that play only works if your opponent has absolutely nothing to offer. If you are well liked and your opponent has nothing to offer. Donald Trump is not well liked. He's a deeply reviled public figure, which is, the only reason why most of his political opponents, whether it's Biden or Harris, even have an ability to stick around in the race despite not having detailed a great deal of their agenda. But Harris, for her part, she's not offering a whole lot of excitement. She's just basically offering competency, which I guess for some subset of people, that's enough. Like, this whole small business tax credit shit, that's not going to get people excited. Like, even any small business owner will tell you that their real barrier for growth is getting loan access. It's not taxes on the back end. It's just getting the loans up front so they could operate, so they could open and operate. Like, that's the issue, So, like, the tax for small business thing isn't gonna excite, much of anybody if they even give it a second thought. The home buyer credit, I'm sure that gets people excited too, but honestly, like, more detail needs to be discussed about how that's actually going to be administered and how you're going to keep home buyers from just raising the price by 25 grand, and how it's going to be different from what Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac did when they were offering down payment assistance prior to the subprime mortgage crash. She doesn't really talk about, like, regulating the regulations for Wall Street, regulations for the financial industry, which is a very popular thing to talk about. She didn't talk about tonight. Maybe I missed it, but she didn't mention going after price gougers. Maybe she mentioned it when they talked about inflation and I missed it, but I don't think so. That's a popular one. That's a real popular one. I mean, I guess maybe that would explain why she didn't mention it if she didn't. But, going after price gougers is a popular one. But, she needs to, she's so afraid. Like, the Democrats are so afraid of leaning into, like, their popular messages. And it's infuriating because they're trying so hard to win these elections by doing the least amount possible. Like, we're going to do the least we possibly can to win an election. And you end up going into election day down or up by a percentage point when you should be up by like 10. Nobody should be struggling to beat this fucking guy. The guy that we watched tonight just lose his shit in a sweaty, unhinged mess. Nobody should be struggling in states like Michigan. No Democrat should be struggling in states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania to overcome somebody like that. But you will struggle if you fail to captivate people with like an exciting agenda. They're hoping that dislike for Trump is enough. And it might be. It might be. Dislike for Trump might be enough, especially after his performance tonight. It's a solid reminder of what there is to dislike about him if you're someone that's prone to dislike him. But I worry that if that's their calculus, then you could be in for an upset. You could be in for some bad times come election day. But I think ultimately, that for tonight, Kamala came out on top. I'm curious to see what polls and focus groups and shit say about it. But that's just my read on it. Oh, let's see. He's in similar shoes to Biden now. The tired and crazy old man. Yes, that's how he came across too. That's how he came across too. And a part of that also was in contrast to some of the answers Kamala gave. Like she definitely veered off into word salad territory here and there, but for the most part she was very coherent and very erudite in her delivery of her messages. So I guess in that respect, she did well to make him look tired and crazy. What's the deal with cats? I don't use social media, so I'm out of the loop. Oh man, Lynn, you are fortunate that you don't. You are fortunate that you don't use social media, and you're fortunate that you don't know what that's all about. I'm gonna let you stay at peace in your innocence on that one. Devin, you and I are progressives. Until we have more numbers, we will never get our candidate. I think that's partially true. Here's the thing, like, you can get, and I strongly believe this, and maybe this belief is rooted in fantasy. I'm willing to accept that. But I believe that it is possible, so long as you don't call yourself a Democrat, honestly, it's possible for you to get a conservative to vote for progressive things. I mean, shit, they do it in Florida all the time. They legalize marijuana and do all sorts of, like, if there's a progressive proposition on a ballot in a conservative state, that progressive proposition will probably win. Like when Trump was talking about, Kansas, they voted probably more liberal than you thought they would on abortion, but they voted for abortion. Yeah, like, any conservative place will vote for a progressive policy if Democrat isn't attached to it. So I think there are a lot of structural things and systemic things about how our elections are handled and how our parties are run that's more of a barrier there than like convincing the voters. I think convincing the voters is the low-hanging fruit. The hard part is the actual party apparatuses. Apparatusi? I don't know which one that is. Russian bot farms pushing Venezuelan takeover U.S., saying they have taken over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, and stealing pets to eat in Ohio. Racism and xenophobia. The woman that ate the cat in Ohio, she wasn't Haitian. She was just a black woman having a severe mental health crisis. And it was just that one, and B, it was just that one woman. State officials have officially said on the record there have been no reports of pets being stolen. But I mean, you don't need truth to get right-wingers whipped up into a fucking frenzy. They don't even speak English. I wonder how many people don't realize the U.S. doesn't have an official language. Oh, that doesn't matter, Vince. English is the official language unofficially, but I guess in certain pockets close to the border, Spanish is certainly much more prolific. But I mean, if you have immigrants coming into America, they're going to go where the jobs are. So get good, America. Learn a second language. Every other country speaks more than just one language. That's why I felt bad in Japan that like my Japanese had gone to such shit. There were enough people there that could speak English, generally speaking, and most of their signs are in 2 languages anyways, 2 or more. Maybe not English, but they have them in Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. I like how Trump said tariffs don't end up affecting the price of goods. Yeah, he's delusional. She did not mention any progressive policies, and Democrats won't until more zennials actually show up to vote. I think that's an error on their part. I think genetic memory farms, I think that you might have to come to terms with the fact that the way that the party operates might be wrong. I recognize what you're saying of how they operate, but I think it might be wrong. He's probably tweeting right now. I can't believe she X and said X. I'm curious about, I'm also kind of terrified at what might be going on Twitter and shit. Well, I mean, I guess I should have seen the Alf thing coming. There we go, get in there. I guess I should have seen the Alf thing coming. If anybody even remembers what the fuck Alf is. They're eating dogs and cats. So I was looking for a place to eat in Springfield. RFK having famously been I don't know if he ever admitted. Did he admit to eating dog? Look at it, it's in all caps trending. They're eating dogs! They're eating the dogs! Jesus Christ, dude. It's like the oldest form of racism in the book, too. The oldest form of racism in the book. Blank eats dogs. Alright, I shouldn't free scroll on stream on Elon Musk Twitter. Who knows when a random dick is just gonna pop up.
Dogs, the people that came in, they're
oh my goodness gracious. Well,
they're eating in Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our...
They're eating the dogs. I'm eating grapes. Not dog. Very, very evidently not a cat or a dog. She is a member of the Taliban, that's right. Trump was the one that said, I got involved with the Taliban. I don't even remember the context for which he said, I got involved with the Taliban. I'm trying to find. How did I not bookmark it? Damn it, I should have bookmarked it. I gotta start getting into the habit of bookmarking my favorite memes here. What the fuck? What's going on here? God damn you, ad block. Wait, where's the... Oh, man, I want the fucking... Alright, all of this off-screen Googling is... Alright, I guess I can't find it. Dagnabbit. I really like that little bit too. I meant to make an audio. Oh well. Let's see. Kansas doesn't even teach evolution in classrooms. That's how right-wing the state is. My dad's from there. I lived there for some years as a child. Used to be a progressive state, honestly. I am involved with the Taliban. My favorite quote from all that. C-SPAN was like 30 seconds ahead on the TV than what you got from the stream. I think he lost when he said Harris is going to confiscate everyone's guns. I mean, I think in light of everything else he said, that's kind of one of the tamer things. I understand what you're saying, but the party follows voters, not the other way around. I mean, no, it should be the party following voters, but that's not how it is. The Democratic Party forces the voters to follow the party. It should be the party following the voters. If the party followed the voters, then we'd have raised the minimum wage. We'd have the PRO Act. We'd have the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We'd have the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We would have nuked the filibuster to get all of those, and we would have beat the shit out of Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin for opposing it. And we would have told the Senate parliamentarian to fuck off. George W. told the Senate parliamentarian to fuck off. You know, when the parliamentarian tried to stop him from doing something, he fired her. Or him. At the time, it was a him. If your base changes, your party follows. I'm afraid that you have the cart before the horse politically. No, I think the party is just broken. Leave Alf alone. He didn't do anything. He's eating the cats! We've got aliens eating the cats! Yes, I'm going to jump your fence and just start vicariously gnawing on your pets. I hear what you're saying about how politics should work, and you're probably correct, but having worked in the back end and having waded through tons of voter data, I'm just saying how it works now. What are you doing? You better not be making a mess. If tonight's debate somehow convinced people on the fence to vote for Trump, I'm seriously concerned for their mental well-being. That's what I'm saying, is like, I don't think he did himself any favors at all. Like, at all. Like, as bad as... So this wasn't as bad as his debate with Biden was for Biden, but this was bad for him in the same type of way. Maybe not to the same degree, but to the same type of way. Maybe close, honestly. It just depends on how receptive people are to they're eating your cats and dogs. If people are not receptive to it, then it might be as bad as the Biden thing. But the Biden thing was uniquely awful. The Biden stuff was uniquely awful. Her rebuttal of "I and Walt are both gun owners" made his statement sound pretty idiotic. He just wants his base fired up and mad. Yeah, pretty much. Look up the documentary and the book "What's the Matter with Kansas." I am very familiar with "What's the Matter with Kansas." Devin, the party follows the voters, but the voters don't show up. I mean, yeah, that's a part of the problem. That's a part of the problem. The voters definitely have their role to play too, but at the same time, there are initiatives to make it easier for voters to show up. You know, making voting day a national holiday. Again, if you recognize that a lot of the Democratic base are, you know, maybe middle to low income voters, the people that actually get excited about raising the minimum wage, being the people that are less likely to show up to vote, make it easier for them to show up to vote. There have been initiatives to do that, making Election Day a national holiday, same-day registration, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, sometimes you're just gonna have to fucking strong-arm some shit in there. You know, that's what killing the filibuster is all about, is, you know, just do what you have to pass the laws you need to pass. Legally speaking, that is. His fear is really starting to show. Yeah, he became pretty unhinged pretty quickly in this one. This will be my third presidential election I will have voted in, starting in 2020. I was 34. I didn't really have interest until then. I don't keep track, but I mean, I've been voting in presidential elections since John Kerry. Also, my third time voting against Trump. If voters showed up for 2 elections in a row, can't be a fluke, and made demands of elected officials, parties would fall over themselves to court a new voting bloc. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. But at the same time, elected officials, like, you run for office to make change in the world, in the country. The onus is on you too to, like, do the thing to get voters excited. Like, you have to do something to get voters excited. You can't, like, win an election and then just be like, all right, I'm in office. Now, devote every waking second of all of your free non-working time into getting me to do what you want me to do. Otherwise, fuck you. And I'll see you in 2 or 4 years when I have to run for re-election. Like, it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. I've been voting since George Washington. You see, and then you wonder why I think you're older than you are. Every joke you make about yourself is about how old you are, so... And then you get offended when I think that you're significantly older than me. I can't make heads or tails of your actual age, Taco. Oh, Vince. This is what I was referring to earlier.
About World War III, because we have stupid people dealing, and you could possibly end up better chance today than ever. You know, Putin mentioned the N-word. You know what the N-word is? It's no. It's the nuclear word. He mentioned the N-word. Yeah.
No. The N-word. Do you know what that? No. That no means he heard it from the audience. Someone in that audience.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. So
I need this one now.
World War III, because we have
The
stupid people
N-word!
dealing, and you could possibly end up, better chance today than ever. You know, Putin mentioned the N-word. You know what the N-word is? It's, no. It's the nuclear word.
No. Look at these guys. Look at these two black guys in there. You know that they got worried as soon as he said the N-word. Look at his look on his face right there. Look at his look on his face. He was like, what the fuck? What's about to happen here, yo? I don't know if I'm getting paid enough to be back here. And then once they realized...
Nuclear word.
Oh, nuclear. Okay, it's nuclear. It's nuclear. It's false alarm, y'all. False alarm. False alarm. Look at this guy. He thought that was fucking hilarious. It's like, false alarm. Nope. We thought this was going to go a different direction. We were looking for our exit strategy, but no. No. Wrong N-word. Wrong N-word. From a moral standpoint, you are correct, but the way you stated it is exactly how capitalism works. Well, yeah. But that's a rant for another time, I suppose. I'm actually around the age of 30. Perhaps a little more, perhaps a little less. Okay. You're a creature of the Fae. Ah, that N-word. Nazi or nuclear, I guess. No, Nazi's not the N-word for him. That's a cherished word. He says it like a sarcastic uncle. Oh boy. Let's see what other ongoings are happening on Twitter around this. Oh, what is this? Breaking: Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris for president. You know, she was in a lot of hot water this past weekend from her fans because she was seen having a good time with Brittany Mahomes at the Chiefs game. And Brittany Mahomes is a Trump supporter and very anti-LGBT and all of that stuff. So at first it seemed like she was distancing herself from her, but then when it was photographed that they were hanging out and having a good time and whatnot, she really like her fan, like some subset of her fan base, I don't want to say they turned on her, but they were definitely signaling the turn on her. So it's interesting that it's not surprising she did endorse Biden, but it's interesting that oh, and then there's this too. Donald Trump has been posting AI video or AI pictures of of Taylor Swift endorsing him, which is stupid. Like he was basically baiting Taylor Swift into endorsing Kamala, which, you know, I don't know if you know this, but she has a pretty rabid fan base. Like that's not something you want to try to bait someone into doing. So recently I was made aware that AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted on his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. So yeah, like it's pretty... And I figured she was gonna endorse anyways because, like, you know, Tim Walz made, when he was the governor of Minnesota, he made a Taylor Swift Day. He signed a Taylor Swift Day into proclamation. So I guess one hand greases the other in that regard. That was a very Lionel Hutz line of Donald Trump's. I have concepts of a plan. That was very Lionel Hutz of him.
The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating.
Oh my God.
They're eating the.
Aw, adorable buddy. Let's see. See what this goon is saying.
I think tonight was just as devastating. I think that Kamala Harris pitched a shutout. On almost every subject I can think of, she shut Trump down on abortion. She shut Trump down on January 6th and democracy. She shut him down on national security and turned to the former president and said, the military leaders who served with you think that you're a disgrace. And then, as Dana mentioned, very powerfully at the end, made the point that she is the candidate of change. And we need to turn the page from a decade of division and polarization. On substance, I think she pitched a shutout, and I think she did on style as well. I mean, the image of the debate to me is she's there.
Wait, hold on, what?
Happy, smiling, expressive, shaking her head, and dismay at things Trump was saying. And Trump looked angry, scowling. She was looking directly at the audience. He was looking at the moderators and arguing with them. And something else.
And
Donald Trump looked old tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. He always looks old. I was wanting him to say he looked sweaty because he did look very sweaty. Hey, Toaster. Thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. Hello, it is me, and that debate was oof, just goddamn. I only got bits since folks were watching, but I avoided as much as I could, and Jesus, Trump was babbling constantly. It was not a good night for the old Trumpster. Not a good night. If she wants to have a drink, that's her business. Putin supposedly supports Harris too. Well, he's just trolling. Swifties are insanely loyal. Swift should bar all Trump voters from her venues. Oh, that's not going to happen. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know how many Trump voters are going to her venues at this point. Like, I don't know how many like diehard Trump voters are at least. They would have turned on her when she endorsed Biden 4 years ago. Plus, she's big internationally, so there are a bunch of people that can't vote for Trump that fill those places. Deion Sanders ad. Did Colorado win their last game? I haven't been paying attention to college football. I should make a concentrated effort to watch some college games this weekend. Where are they at? Are they in the Big 12 now? Okay, they won North Dakota State. They lost to Nebraska. 28-10. Come on, Deion. You talk too much shit. You talk too much shit to be putting up numbers like this. I'll be rooting for Colorado State, Mr. Affleck man. Yeah, I guess that's who they play next. Going to be boring roundup of people's opinions tomorrow on Washington Journal. I see why Trump tried to get out of that debate. It was a stupid idea to try to back out, but I see why he tried. Yeah, I mean, he's got nothing. He's got nothing. Wait, what?
But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respect.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I don't know why he keeps talking about Viktor Orban. Like anybody in America gives a fuck about, well, even knows who he is, let alone cares about what he thinks. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, James Earl Jones passed away. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to a king. Joe Biden is he's doing 9/11 tomorrow. That should be fun. That should be fun.
I'm going up to my granddaughter's birthday in New York. Then we're going to watch the debate. And then tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. I spoke.
Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. We're going up to my granddaughter's birthday. I'm going to watch the debate. Then I'm going to crash a 747 into the new towers. You can't stop me, Jack. I got people going, wah. You're getting nervous, man. I'm just going to crash a plane into the Pentagon. Watch me. Watch and see. And only beating NDSU by 5 is kind of embarrassing as well. It's not the same North Dakota State from a decade ago. Still a great FCS program, though. Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame, too, which is hilarious. Yeah, they paid a lot of money for to go. Notre Dame paid Northern Illinois money to play them opening day, and got stopped. Do you think it's going to move the needle, though? I think his supporters know he personally has nothing, but that's not what they're really voting for. Really. I mean, it's not his voters are his voters. They're going to be there no matter what. I don't think it's going to move the needle in any positive way towards anyone that may have been, on the fence about voting for him or not. I don't think this is going to convince fence riders to vote for him. I don't think that means it convinces them to vote for Kamala. If anything, it just deactivates. It just deactivates a certain amount of potential Trump voters, rather than turning them into Kamala voters. Jesus, Joe. He's at it again. Thank God he's not running. Oh my God. No, Joe, don't do it. Oh, he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11.
Oh.
And tomorrow I'm doing 9/11.
He's doing 9/11. You've got a couple hours to stop him. You can stop him, Carlos. He's got a couple hours. No, Joe, not the Pentagon. Cheney got to do it. It's my turn. I saw somebody post. So that's what he had to do to get the Cheney endorsement. You know what? Good for Biden, though. We need more old folks in terrorism. He's an industrious old man. He's still somewhat presidenting. He's committed to committing acts of jihadist terrorism. Let's see. What is this? I want to apologize. I've been saying the GOP cooked up these fake Haitian stories a week ago as an election ploy, but this young man was discussing issue as early as August 27th. He attended a town hall meeting to speak out. He's a leader in the neo-Nazi group Blood Pride. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. I guess that's the origin story. Not the unsurprising origin story of the Haitians are eating cats and dogs. What is this? I have no idea. I guess is Jameis Winston on the Browns or something? Oh, Fox News has a take that fucking Kamala's people are promoting, so I guess that can't be good for Trump.
Did take a lot. Vice President Harris was clearly well prepared, practiced on the offensive much of the night. Former President Trump did take a lot of the bait that she threw out in some of those answers. Vice President Harris was clearly
I don't know if it was bait, though. I mean, I didn't get the sense that there was any bait that was thrown out. He was just rambling on his own accord. Oh, we have a trailer for Sebastian Stan's The Apprentice. I hope I can watch this. I know YouTube can get kind of weird about trailers sometimes. Wait, where'd it go? Man, fucking Twitter. Well, I can't free scroll on Twitter anymore because who knows when a fucking dick is gonna pop up. But, oh, here it is. God damn it. It's appropriate timing for a biopic.
This is Donald Trump from Mr. Cohn. Thank you so much.
Donald who?
1, 2, 3, 4!
Roy Cohn, nice to meet you.
The Roy Cohn, you're brutal.
Guilty as charged.
How do you always win?
All right, I'm sorry, but Sebastian Stan is like too handsome to be pulling off like a Trump. That wig looks kind of weird too.
The Roy Cohn, you're brutal.
Guilty as charged.
How do you always win?
There's rules. The first rule is attack, attack, attack.
It's going to be the finest building in the city, maybe the country, in the world.
Rule 2, admit nothing, deny everything.
There's never been anything like this, of this magnitude, this quality. Ooh, cheese balls over here.
What are you doing?
You want one?
No, it looks totally disgusting.
Cheese balls.
Rule 3, no matter what happens, you claim
I
victory
can't tell if
and
he's
never
doing
admit defeat.
a voice, a Trump voice.
You have to be willing to do anything to anyone to win. You have a big ass. You got to work on that.
Your face looked like an orange.
Attack, attack, attack.
Deny everything.
Admit nothing.
Never admit defeat.
What are they saying that Trump got lipo?
Fortune today. Well, then maybe I'll run for president. I don't know.
Okay, you can hear it there. He
I
did.
say if you're indicted.
He did the Trump voice there.
Your fortune today. Well, then maybe I'll run for president. I don't know.
I say if you're indicted, you're invited.
Okay, he did the Trump voice there. I'll go see that movie. It looks interesting. I guess they're alleging that he got lipo or some kind of a surgery or something. My dad was texting me during the debate. He's fully convinced Trump won. Full Kool-Aid drinker. Oh, man. Well, you know, your dad is just one of those dudes who will never be talked away from that. So I feel like most Trump supporters are that. Trump and the Taliban, Biden and Al-Qaeda. This was for that little tiny sliver in the middle who will vote either way, but will vote no matter what. And she won those votes with this performance. I have to stop the president from doing 9/11. Do you remember Kitty History? I do not. I do not. Please don't visit my house, Secret Service. Yeah. I think Secret Service probably understands you're telling a joke there. I have a confession to make. It was me. I've been eating everyone's cats and dogs. I figured if anyone was going to be irresponsible, it would be an orc. That seems like orc behavior. Imagine being seen in public as a leader of a neo-Nazi group. I mean, I don't know how those guys, like, get jobs, eat and shit, and pay rent. Yeah, Winston is the backup to Watson. Okay, that makes what I saw make a little more sense then. We are going to have a mini Spartacus moment. The Spider-Man pointing meme. I'll take the cat. You can have the dog. He's doing a little bit of a voice, but he's not overdoing it. I think he's too handsome. I think he's too handsome to be Trump. Your face looks like an orange. That looked okay. Yeah, it does look okay. I'm gonna go watch it for sure. He does look thinner. Perhaps he's on Ozempic like all of the cool kids these days. I think Trump is on Ozempic. I know that a lot of his former admin dudes are on Ozempic. But you know who isn't on Ozempic? Chris Christie. He is definitely still all natural. Let's see this important
He's
announcement.
just handed me something, and I'm going to do sort of a not very TV thing, and I'm going to read it to you in totality. I'm going to read you the whole thing because this was, I don't think you know about this, but this was just posted online by a woman you might have heard of whose name is Taylor Swift. And she has posted this online along with a photo of her cat. And I'm going to read to you what she just posted.
Just fucking read the thing, Rachel.
Quote, like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now is a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies and plans for this country. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me, quote me, falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. It brought me to the conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter.
This is just an excuse
the simplest way to
give me
combat
some time to eat
misinformation
some
is with the
grapes.
truth. Then she says, quote, I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more. Her selection of running mate Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. I've done my research, and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours
That's
to
the
do,
look of a cat
and the
that
choice
knows
is
it's
yours
on the
to make.
dinner
I also
menu.
want to say, especially to first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it's much easier to vote early. I will link where to register and find early voting dates and info in my story. With love and hope, Taylor Swift, signed Childless Cat Lady. I have to get your response to that, Mr. Governor.
All those things, I am incredibly grateful, first of all, to Taylor Swift. I say that also as a cat owner, a fellow cat owner. Look, Swifties, you heard it. We know that it's there. That was eloquent, and it was clear. And that's the type of courage we need in America to stand up. We've seen it out of those Republicans who were at the DNC. We've seen it out of women who would like to have their own.
Okay, well, I think that's a much more significant endorsement than the Dick Cheney. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. This was I was saying I didn't know what they were talking about with bait. This was definitely bait earlier.
Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about
Literally
that. People
no
don't
reason
leave
to
my
talk
rallies.
about
We have
crowd
the biggest
sizes
rallies,
here.
the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these...
What the fuck? This is only 47 seconds. I feel like I've been listening to him for like fucking 3 hours on this point. Does he really
millions
ramble the
and
entire
millions of
time?
by it. In spring game, as far as Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that
I
came
didn't even
in,
realize.
they're eating the...
I didn't even realize that they're eating the dogs. I didn't realize that was a part of like his answer, or I guess his non-answer. I don't even remember what the original question was, because he went back to talk about crowd sizes. Somehow he pivoted from crowd sizes to they're eating the dogs.
Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill and successfully...
Okay, they were talking about immigration. Okay, so he brought it back around in his way, in his mind, to talking about eating
that
the dogs.
live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success.
It's a hell of a segue. Let's see. I think that's about. I think that's about the long and short of it. Oh yeah, I guess Dave Grohl admitted to having a child outside of his marriage today. I don't know why he felt the need to admit that, but okay. Yeah, this wins my award for wackest moment of the
Defund
debate.
the police. 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Does that sound familiar?
She went out.
Like anytime you have to make a self-referential joke and then like point out the fact that it's self-referential, just don't tell the joke. Just don't do the thing. All right, I think that's probably I think most of the reaction, honestly, is regarding either him saying he has concepts of a plan, or they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Oh, let's see. Oh, Toaster, you got a link in here somewhere. Trevor Moore, high in church kitty history. I have a feeling if I try to watch this on stream, it'll probably get me booted. I'll watch that a little later. If voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it, Mark Twain. She has to explain it to him like he's a boomer and doesn't know what Taylor Swift doesn't know what a Taylor Swift, even though he's literally 60. He also signed Taylor Swift Day as the governor of Minnesota. He is very well, and he has like a fucking tween daughter. I don't know if she's a tween. She might be college age, but he has a daughter, so he definitely knows who Taylor Swift is. Oh man, a multi-millionaire media personality tells me to vote for Kamala Harris. I better listen. Well, John, you're not going to listen, but I'll tell you there's a whole lot of women Taylor Swift fans who will. Yeah, people of all ages know who Taylor Swift is. I'm an immigrant. I'm 100% going to find and eat Taylor Swift's cat. Or Viktor Orbach, or whatever his name is. Viktor Orban, the leader of Hungary. I still haven't figured out what great he's talking about, unless he's talking Leave It to Beaver, white picket fence nonsense that was just TV BS. That's a part of it. A fictionalized version of what they think America used to be. Yep, it proves Dave Grohl is human after all. He reminds me of random stations that I can tune into on my shortwave radio. Oh shit, wait, you might get booted. I don't listen to nothing, not even myself. Where am I? Who are you people? Well, I'm about to listen to some Tomb Raider for a bit. Where's my thing? I mean, I could either do Tomb Raider or I could do King of the Castle. Since I guess I have enough people here on Twitch who might be interested in joining in on the game. What say you? I'll let you guys vote on that. Which one should I pop into here? Victor Orban sounds like the name of a Star Wars villain. I mean, he kind of... Oh, okay. Cat's in the cat box. So, I heard some scritching. Was like, what the fuck, is somebody in my house? And I guess technically, yeah, somebody is in my house. It's my cat, who I'm going to eat because I'm a dirty immigrant. Castle? All right, cool. I'll pop on Castle. I'm going to... I think it's better when I move myself over this way. What are you doing in there? Why are you making so much noise, Galby? All right, we watched a political debate, so I guess we'll get into our own national politics here. Oh, right. So last time we played this, I won. I had an heir, and I saw my ambition successful. I brought my ambition to a success. So I did a legit win, my first legit win. And as such, the new authority is my heir, Queen Aurora II. So that's how we're starting this one off. All right, those of you on Twitch who want to play, just type in exclamation point join. And then he, she, them, or they. He's been Hungary's prime minister since 2010. Sounds like he's closing in on a dictator link. Yeah, I mean, he has dictatorial inclinations. That's why, you know, Tucker Carlson likes him. Living in Hungary was a part of the USSR. I mean, make no mistake, Hungary is fascist. Or fascist adjacent. I'd say, Castle, we all know I'm just gonna pass out. You did pass out last time, Wisp. You had the most money. You passed out with, like, the most money. Apparently the NBA has shown interest in expansion. I'm hoping St. Louis gets a team eventually. I guess you guys just have baseball now, huh? Since you lost the Rams. I guess I never considered St. Louis to be a basketball kind of city. Had the Hawks back in the 50s. Just looked, there are about 25 million women between 18 and 29 in the U.S. If Taylor Swift can mobilize a significant portion of those who otherwise don't vote, which is a lot, that will move the election. I mean, yeah, it has the ability to push the margins. If it could activate in the right areas, it could push the margins in electorally speaking. Into areas that become completely unsustainable for Trump. That's weird. Taco said blue. Yeah, Taco, were you part of the Grandees last time you played? Because if you were part of the Grandees last time you played, it's going to keep you as part of the Grandees. Baseball and hockey. All right, we just need to get one person in the East. My God, my fucking text messages. After the end of that debate, like fucking all the fundraising texts are just blowing my shit up. God damn. I just bulk delete them all too. I was, but I preceded this queen. But perhaps it still remembers me from earlier in their dynasty. Yeah, it will. It'll keep you in the same one. In 2019, the St. Louis Blues won the Stanley Cup, and KC was an NHL team too. A random bit, but do you like Gundam? Yes. It's been a while since I've watched, but I do like Gundam. Hey, Lulu, welcome to the stream. Guess I'm just in time. Why does Lumia... Okay, I'm glad that Lumia Stream is here, but why did Lumia Stream decide to make its presence known all of a sudden? How are you doing, Lulu? Alright, we can go ahead and start this thing then. But I think the NBA will either choose Seattle, Vegas, or both. I kind of miss having a basketball team in, in Seattle. I kind of want that to happen. I miss the Supersonics. Good, cooking dinner. What are you making? Alright, this is the start of Aurora 2's reign. Your Majesty, you have some big boots to fill, and with your mother out of the picture, the nobles will be looking for any opportunity to replace you. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Alright, what is my ambition going to be? Can you guys, I wonder, when I select an ambition, can you guys see what that is in my menu? Is that displayed for you guys somewhere? Every time I think of the Supersonics, I think of It Was a Good Day by Ice Cube. Spaghettis. Ooh, I should make some. Actually, you know what? I bought some fresh tomatoes, but they're not so fresh anymore. They might be right on the cusp of, like, not being usable. So maybe tomorrow I'll use those tomatoes and make some of my homemade spaghettis. Yes. Okay. Well, bummer. I guess I will choose... Peacekeeper. An admirable aim. I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving the kingdom's stability as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Council introductions. If you could start a sports team, what name would you pick for it? Oh man, I can't even begin to. I mean, that's the thing, like naming a team after like animals and shit, they're all so overused and played out. I don't know, I guess a wombat? A wallaby? Wallabies are cute. How about a wallaby? We can see a crown next to the area where you are working on, but if not, you need to raise or lower. But not if you need to raise or lower. Well, I imagine they're always going to be raised for the monarch. Dude, I had a doctor's appointment today and had some really bizarre results, and finally the docs were like, what the fuck? I was laughing so hard, like, welcome to the shit show. Can we take this seriously now? Well, I'm glad that they are understanding that your situation is a clusterfuck. Maybe now they could actually find a way around helping you. The Seattle hobos. All right, Chiefs of the North. Chief Haunted Wisp. Did you pass out yet, Wisp? Are you passed out already? Or are you still with us? Good luck in the days ahead, Your Highness. You'll need it dealing with us lot. Introduce herself to the Counts of the East. In order to finally make your acquaintance, Your Majesty, I was dismayed to hear of your mother's passing. Alright, so Lulu's back. And the Grandees. May the Ninth God bless your reign, Your Holiness. I trust you will conduct yourself with honor and faith. Haunted Taco. And with that, the introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue. Yeah, this is what Mother fought for. And it's just a picture of the man stepping down on those in the unfortunate situation. I'm here. Awesome, let's get on with the coronation. Your Majesty, it was an honor to serve your mother, but now it's your time to wear the crown. As is tradition, the council would decide what happens at your coronation. Alright, let's get this over with. Shall we call the nobles in? Alright, nobles, how are we going to celebrate my coronation? A lavish parade with jugglers and fountains of wine, invite forward dignitaries to show off our wealth, throw the queen into the river, or troops shall bear the queen through the streets atop a shield. Start the voting now. I get to add three new meds and 2 specialists to the roster. Genealogist and rheumatologist. Oh boy. That's a lot. Vegas gets an NBA team. It will have all 4 major sports A's in 2026. Crazy cause they didn't have any a decade ago. They all want that gambling money. If you have some questionable tomatoes, quarter them if big, split if medium, and leave while if cherry. Toss with salt and olive oil. Roast them for about an hour low temp. Now you got another week. Oh, interesting. Interesting. A plan to extend the life cycle of my tomatoes. Good to know. Thanks for the tip. I got a tiebreaker. Either invite 4 dignitaries to show off our wealth or throw the queen into the river. You know what? I've got the money, and I've never done this one before, so let's go ahead and show off our wealth. I'm gonna be broke forever? Aw, hopefully not. I hope that if you are broke forever, I hope that it's because you're gonna be healthy and not fainting anymore. Dignitaries arrive from all corners of Celeste A, and it's only appropriate you show off. A trained eagle drops a ruby-encrusted crown atop your head as you stand on a golden podium. Oh, I think I have done this one before. Stand on a golden podium. The awed crowd includes such influential figures as the Dukes of Saul, the Princes of Tabalin, and even a pearl bearer from Atesh. Lucrative trade deals are struck at the evening's feast. Alright, so trade is dynamic in the north, it is dominant in the east, and it is a monopoly in the south. And hey, all of you got a little bit richer. God. Wisp. You've got too much money, Wisp. You better believe I'm coming to tax the chiefs. Only the Grand Pensioner of Kurth is not in attendance. The Republic, after all, is fundamentally opposed to the very concept of monarchy. Alright, let's get on with this. Avina of the Lulu Deadly Dynasty, legendary Eastern prodigy, leans delicately on a podium, whispering carefully. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false Queen Aurora too wears the crown. Alright, Lulu, how are you gonna screw me over? Intimidation, raising stability, uprising, raising treasury, or blood ritual, highest farming. Vegas is an ecological crime scene. Yeah. It should probably be something close to illegal to have people living out there. Intimidation. The counts plan to hold the queen hostage in her own palace. First, they must lull the spymaster to a false sense of security. To advance their scheme, the counts must raise stability to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Ah, that's in line with my goal, which we've already obtained, I guess, on that one. Grimolf of the Haunted Wisp clan, sinister northern troublemaker, stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, screaming like a fallen god. Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not this imposter Aurora, Queen Aurora too. How do we make that happen? Alright. Wisp, this one's on you. Sorcery, raise authority. Subterfuge, lower stability. Or prophecy, raise authority. You have 2 raise authorities. Yeah, surprise naps are not the vibe. Weed sucks in Vegas. Oh, that's a bummer. I would have figured it'd be decent in Vegas. Prophecy. Okay, raise authority. I guess we haven't done prophecy yet. The chiefs plan to realize an ancient northern prophecy. Before the new king rises, the kingdom will be ruled by a mad tyrant. To advance their scheme, the chiefs must raise authority to 5 or more in 2 seasons. Oh, it's already there too. Zakintha of the Vince lineage, eccentric southern firebrand, stands bathed in sunshine, ranting in a fury. A false pretender occupies the throne while my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South, this is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Alright, so this is for Vince and Taco. How are you gonna depose me? A, doppelganger. B, fervor. What the fuck does that mean? Raise your own farming. C, excommunication. Lower stability. I don't know what happens if, I don't know what happens with the tie here. Oh, I guess it went to Taco for whatever reason. Fervor. I guess it's a coin toss and it just decides to pick one. The grandee claimant Zakintha has been chosen by the ninth god to be the next queen. She has promised a first miracle, food for all. To advance their scheme, the grandees must raise their farming to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Probably a coin toss. Yeah, it was probably just a 50-50 thing. Alright, so prophecy for the chiefs of the north, intimidation for the counts of the east, and fervor for the grandees of the south. Alright, what law do I want? Call for unity? +1 stability if more than 50% of the nobles vote for any one option. Swing votes. After voting, nobles can change their minds and vote for a different option. Anonymous voting. How nobles choose to vote is hidden from the monarch's view. I don't know what good that does me. What do you call for unity? It's already 5. Yep. Like, everybody's ambition started off, checked off. Silver discovered. Chief Wisp. Excellent news from the north, Your Majesty. Prospects have discovered deposits of silver on my land. Mining will begin. Countess Lulu. Wait. Countess Lulu waves an ancient parchment. The silver belongs to me. The deposit is on our side of the border, and this scroll proves it. This could get nasty, Your Majesty. The border between the north and east has always been highly contested. Alright. Border dispute. How are we going to do this, Consul? A. The north owns the silver. They claimed it first. B. The east is entitled to the land. They have some paper that says so. Or C. Both regions must share the deposit. I don't know if I feel strongly enough about it to make a vote myself. Alright, I'll let you guys vote. I'll let y'all figure it out. Alright, both regions must share the silver deposit. Alright, Chief Haunted Wisp and Countess Lulu Deadly exchange wary glances, so defiance in the north has gone up and defiance in the east has gone up. But stability has gone up too, so... As they shake hands, their smiles are very tight. I mean, that was fair for everybody. Oh, I get to choose my honor guard. One evening, you're sitting up in bed reading some paperwork when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber as bold as brass. Oh, that's new. Hello, Your Madge. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat? Who are you? Oh, me? Name's Relf, Your Madge. Pleased to meet you. Listen, I've got a bloody great idea for you. What if we tied a bunch of birds to a knight? I reckon you could field some aerial troops and totally dominate the battlefield. This sounds like a maniacal toaster peasant. Before Ralph could explain Before Ralph could explain further, your marshals burst into the bedchamber, sword drawn. Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the palace watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder? Yes, kill him. He's speaking Yes, kill him. He's speaking nonsense. Or just kick him out. Or no, I want to hold a vote on his proposal. Fuck yeah, let's do that. Whatever you say, Your Majesty. She goes and gathers up your council, who trickle into the hall in their pajamas, rubbing sleep from their eyes. They don't look particularly pleased to be woken up. All right, here you go, council. This is very important. Should we experiment with tying birds to knights for the purpose of aerial combat? Yes, and the pilot program will be the South. Yes, and the pilot program will be the East. Yes, and the pilot program will be the North. Or no, this is incredibly stupid. I am going to veto no. Have at it, y'all. What are we doing here? Oh, wait, what? Hold on a second. How's the split happening here? Taco, you voted? You voted? You voted for, no, wait, no, wait. Vince, you voted for the South. Vince, why are you voting to have this pilot program in your own location? I guess I get to be the tiebreaker, huh? Yes, and the program will be either the South or the North. I think I meant to vote North. Fair enough. I would go with Southern Fried Night Wings. Well, that's Genetic Memories Farm for the South. You know what? Hold on a second. Okay, I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Probably not. I've got a coin flip app. Heads, it's the South. Tails, it's the North. And I always do best 2 out of 3. Heads, it's the South. Tails, it's the North. North, that's 1 for the North. Where is it at? There it is. Alright, 1 for the South. Tails is North, heads is South. South it is. I gotta listen to the coin, y'all. The coin never lies. The pilot program will be in the South. Under Ralph's close supervision, a flock of ravens are tied to a southern knight. Instead of flying, the knight is lost in a flurry of mad pecking and pooping. Ralph insists you merely use the wrong type of bird. Further experiments are conducted with owls, eagles, geese, woodpeckers, ostriches, and little grebes before hundreds of southern troops quit in disgust. The military of the South... Oh, wait, hold on.
There's no surprise there.
The military of the South is now pathetic, and the defiance of the South is now grumbling. Needless to say, the whole thing is an embarrassing failure, and my authority has gone down a little. Your Majesty, if that peasant had been a maniac with the crossbow, I dread to think of what could have happened. If one thing's clear from this mess, it's that you need an honor guard who actually can keep you safe. Not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. So the Northern Warriors are the bearded oafs with axes and no manners. They'll get drunk and cause trouble in the palace. No discipline at all, and I can't guarantee they won't run off on some random quest. But they're honorable and in a fight unbeatable. And then, of course, we have my favorite, the Battle Nuns. Terrifying warriors, and they've sworn a vow of silence, so at least they won't spill state secrets. But their faith and loyalty is to the church above all, even your safety. And then we have the Femboys. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought in an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. I've made my decision. I am gonna go with the Femboys. They served me well before. I'll make the arrangements. The knights arrive a few weeks later. They are all extremely pale and extremely polite. The commander introduces herself with a florid bow before reading out a poem she's written for the occasion. They served me well at times past. Grandee fried chicken, fried nights. I got involved with the Taliban. We're poor dirt farmers anyways. Well, certainly more so now. An invitation. Let's see what's going on in the Grandees. We have Grandee Vince. Your Majesty, it is my singular honor to invite you to attend the annual Night of the Seven Pyres celebration. Night of the Seven Pyres, what's that? Your Majesty, do you really not know? It is the biggest festival in the entire South. It is a celebration of the ninth god and his victory over the other 8. It is the most holy and sacred night of the year. Most people like it because fireworks are involved. Whee! Fireworks! Indeed, Your Majesty. I look forward to attending. Praise the ninth. I trust you are willing to finance and organize one of the pyres. It is customary for the queen to do so if she is in attendance. Make sure it's a night to remember. I look forward to it, Your Majesty. Okay, I guess I'm going to be spending money on that at some point. And it's auction time. Wisp, you need to spend some of your money, man. The auctions start now. Alright, time's up. I wasn't even paying attention to what was going on. Aqueduct for increased farming in the Grandees. Okay, oh yeah, I guess you need to boost your farming. You sons of bitches. Thieves Guild for increased trade in the north. I guess just because you wanted to do that, I suppose. Okay, cool. Wait, what? That's it? Just 3 gold? Really? What kind of What kind of an aqueduct are you gonna build for like 3 gold? Damn. Alright, you guys are gonna have like the most fucking broke-ass, ghetto-ass, podunk aqueduct. That shit's not gonna get anything your farming's gonna suck. Yeah, no other explanation than why not. It's a 2x4 in a bucket. Seriously. Wait, what? No silver. Chief Haunted Wisp and Countess Lulu arrive in the council chambers side by side. This is the 3rd week in a row with no silver. Why are the miners spending all their time playing this rock ball sport anyway? Acts of my ancestors. It was your miners who invented rock ball. I can't help that northern workers are competitive. It's a disaster. Even the miners who haven't broken their arms aren't getting any mining done. Ad break. I will chill for a bit then. Okay. What should be done about rockball getting in the way of mining? A. Build a fence to divide the mining camps. B. Ban rockball. C. Host an official rockball tournament. Oh, I like that idea. A. Let's host a rockball tournament. I'm gonna vote for C. That sounds fun. I'll catch everyone later. Medicine finally kicked in, and now for my slumber. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Lynn. I hope you feel better. I hope you recover and feel better and have a great day tomorrow, buddy. All right, looks like we're going to be doing the rockball tournament. Hey, it succeeded. The first annual Rockball Cup is a smashing success, with the Northern Geodes edging out the Eastern Moles. Chief Haunted, well, you were asking about sports team names, huh? Here are a couple of sports team names for you. The Northern Geodes and the Eastern Moles. Chief Haunted Wisp even stands proudly with the filthy competitors as they hoist the gleaming silver trophy. In the aftermath, silver production reaches new heights with profits shared equally between the 2 regions. Oh, shit. Trade in the north is dynamic, trade in the east is a monopoly, and both of y'all got some money. Oh my god, Wisp, you're so fucking loaded. Damn. Why do you guys want to depose me? Clearly, I'm a very good monarch for you guys. You're just getting richer and richer. Finding a spouse. Your Majesty, it's important that you find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? I don't mind any. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. Alright, now let's see what's going on in the east. Heretical discovery. Prophecy has its cost. All that incense costs money. Fair enough. Your esteemed highness, I bring troubling news. Someone took the knight's name in vain again? Not quite, your highness. A group of individuals in the east are meeting in secret to preach heretical teachings and engage in rituals. They are disciples of the 10th. They believe that one day a prophesized 10th god will save us from the apocalypse that the 9th is setting in motion as we speak. Dangerous nonsense. Regrettably, I require the council's permission to launch a proper investigation. Otherwise, my inquisitors would have destroyed the cult before it had a chance to spread. I'll hold a vote on the matter. This isn't worth our time. Let's forget about it. Forget the nobles. I give you my express permission. I guess defiance goes up, faith goes up, and authority goes up. Fuck it. Wait, I can't do this one. Why'd they give me this option? It's all grayed out. I guess I need a certain level of authority to be able to do this, I imagine. Alright, fine. Let's hold a vote. Send the Inquisitors into the East to investigate the cult. Deny the Inquisition access to the East. Repeal the law that prevents the High Inquisitor from investigating at will. Interesting. Repeal the law. I guess I'll veto denying access. And I'll let you guys figure out what you're going to do next. Something's going to happen with an investigation. We're going to figure out what's going on in the East. Yo, first time chat from Island Kane. Welcome to the stream. You have joined the Chiefs. Oh, nobody wants to repeal the law? You guys don't want to give the Inquisition broad-reaching authority? Well, I guess Island Kane does. The High Inquisitor and her followers are as swift as they are ruthless. Within a month, the fetid corpses of the heretics hang from the battlements of Stavin, the town where the cult had begun. Damn. I guess that lowered stability a bit. Forever alone. It's about authority. Also, hi. Hi, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? I approve. I need to be more iron-fisted. Interpreting the prophecy. Far to the north where the snows blanket the landscape and wolves howl in the night, the chiefs uncover an ancient prophecy foretelling the rise of a tyrant queen and the warrior who will overthrow her. A congregation of God speakers huddle around the tables detailing the supposed ancient story, whispering excitingly. Praise Morgana, the tablets are genuine. Then the gods are good, and we are blessed. Grimwolf will be our king. All hail Lord Render. Cheers circled the clan hall. A mug of ale is tipped over Grimwolf's head. The influence of the old gods is spreading. We must ensure we keep the old ways of the North alive, and surely Morgana will bless us with the power to crown Grimwolf. Oh, well, if that's going to be lowering faith, they're already at 0. Yeah, they're already at 0. For the next stage of the Chief's scheme, they must lower their faith to 4 or less in 4 seasons. Well, they've already at the lowest it could possibly be. You're too rich, Wisp. I'm taxing you. I'm taxing you. Lulu, you've got too much money too. I'm also taxing you. You know what? All of you motherfuckers have too much money. I'm taxing all of you. Actually, you know what? I better lower that one. I better lower that one. That defiance. That defiance is a little too high. I'd better lower it on the grandees. But the other two, you're paying me monies. And look, you guys still have plenty left over. The grandees in the south are eating the grandees in the south are eating cats and dogs. The east are brainwashing and pose a danger to our children, and the north still think this land belongs to them. They're going full Trump. I guess I joined the easy faction. Yeah, seriously, you already look, 2 are already accomplished without having to do anything. I haven't even married anyone yet. I have found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely, you'll be securing a powerful alliance. The chancellor leads you into the great hall where they've arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright, let's meet the candidates. Okay, this is Frida, firstborn heir to the Northern Island Kane clan. They're your typical northern lad, big, brawny, and honest, in the same way an axe to the face is honest. Strangely enough for a northerner, they're an enthusiastic convert to the worship of the ninth god. People say they nurse a grudge, though. I could see the appeal, I suppose. This is Desmond. He's a little old, isn't he? How old is this guy? The eldest son of... yeah, clearly the eldest son of Eastern Lulu dynasty. Apparently they had a hell of a time getting him to smile for this portrait. He's lost half the family fortune in gambling halls, unfortunately, which is curious because he's obsessed with his family's legacy. You rustled me up some old-ass gambling addict? What a fucking terrible... what a terrible heir. Some middle-aged gambling addict. Get this guy fucking away from me. And finally, from the south, Ophelia, the eldest daughter of the haunted taco lineage. She's reputed to have an ego the size of the sun, but there's nothing wrong with confidence, right? Like many in the south, she claims to put her faith in the ninth god above all worldly concerns. She's tried her hand at a number of ventures, though they all seem to end in disaster. Okay, well, let me take a look at my defiance. Okay, well... Rebel. I hit 50k channel points. Yay, nice. I need to find some new things to spend those channel points on. In fact, that actually gives me some motivation to do my miniature thing that I'm gonna do with channel points. My clan? You just popped in here and you already have a clan you're trying to wed the monarch to. I like their hair. Dude is like 60 at the earliest. Ooh, I like Ophelia. She's a good daughter. I might choose Ophelia, I'm thinking. Let's take a look at Ophelia again. Okay, I mean, she looks a little unconcerned. I'm just glad I'm not a Grandy. Oh, we got some Grandy haters in the kingdom. She's very faith-oriented. I don't know if I like that. Show me Frida from the north. They hold a grudge. We'll marry you, then drop you on an island by yourself after. Seriously. I'm gonna go with Frida, I think. I've made my decision. I think I'm gonna go with Frida of the North. Seems like a party pal. Excellent, I'll make the arrangements. Escaped experiment? Why is there always something fucked up going on in the East? Apparently something has escaped. Oh, this is this old thing again. Apparently something has escaped from the cellars of Countess Lulu's castle. I've asked for an eyewitness report from a local. Hello, Your Majesty. It was a right unholy sight. A monster stitched together from parts dug up from the village cemetery. I recognize my Aunt Edna's earlobes. An abomination. That's right, Your Majesty. I damn near piddled in my britches. This creature is my life's work, Your Majesty, and my son. His escape was regrettable. He just wanted to see the village up close. Rest assured, I have chained him up for far more securely in my dungeon to ensure this won't happen again. It's too late for that, Countess. You and your unholy creation must be burned. You and your unholy creation must be burned. It is the only way to cleanse the world of your evil. Well, good, you don't deserve a Philly anyways. Don't hate, Taco. Don't hate. Oh, I was wrong. The A's aren't going to move to Vegas until 2028 when their new stadium is done. Gonna play 3 years in West Sacramento at a minor league park. I kind of want to visit Sacramento just to see what's going on there. It's a California city that doesn't really get a lot of love. Something has to be happening in Sacramento. All right, what are we gonna do about Lulu and her evil kid? A, burn both Lulu and her monster. B, burn the monster but let the Countess live. C, the monster may live as long as it stays in prison. Or D, free the monster. I'm going to veto free the monster because we already know that ends. Well, you know what? That might not. It might not. It's a 60% chance, so maybe free the monster. Maybe I won't veto that. You know what? I'm going to use this new law I haven't used yet. Call for unity. And I'll let you guys decide what you want to do about Lulu and her evil kid. Oh, he got burned both. Damn. Y'all got a vendetta against Lulu. Is that everyone? Okay, I think. Gabe says, don't kill me. Sorry, Gabe. It looks like the council has voted. Burn both Lulu and her monster. Burn us if you wish, you fools. I was on the verge of defeating death itself. You're burning your own savior. Stability. Oh, then somehow, somehow burning a noble and her child increased stability. But the East is now mutinous. That's not good. Countess Lulu and her hideous creation are burned together at dawn, clutching each other's hands. The common folk celebrate that the night's justice is done. Faith, somehow that increased faith in the East? Interesting. Okay, well, I guess faith in the East is now dutiful. Oh, and that really increased stability. Holy shit. Well, there you go. Countess Lulu Detley has died. Countess Lulu Detley 2 has joined. Oh, you get a number. You get a number. I will be avenged. Martyrdom. Well, a nice soak. That sounds nice, actually. I wish we had bathhouses in America like that one I went to in Kyoto. If we had bathhouses here, I would definitely go frequently. Chief Island Cane. Mother of Mountains. What in Morgana's name is that smell? A bit of lavender oil, a little rose. Well, it's vile. Stay away from me, if you please. Taco, you smell vile over there. Won't do you much good. Everyone in the South is bathing these days. All thanks to our aqueduct's pristine waters. Wait, because of that shitty like $5 aqueduct? Why, I've been bathing nearly once a fortnight. Oh man, I guess that aqueduct worked wonders for you guys then. That aqueduct you guys ordered off of Temu. That sounds wonderful, but you're getting rid of the natural stink that wards off diseases. You smell rather nice, actually. I'm gonna say that sounds wonderful. It certainly is. In fact, the council should establish a public bath. Oh, look at that! I'm with you on this one, Taco. The council should establish public bathhouses in cities all across the kingdom. Gods be good, really? All a warrior needs is to plunge into an ice lake once a year to prove their mettle. What should bathhouses be set up across the kingdom? Warn the kingdom of the dangers of bathing? What? No. Have the queen bathe in public to show the benefits? No. Build the bathhouses. Well, maybe I mean build the bathhouses. Build the bathhouses. You know what? I'm gonna vote to just build the damn bathhouses because I am pro bathhouse. So let's just do that. I mean, I don't know if I trust that 50-50 on bathing in public. That seems like an exhibitionist act to ask of your queen. Like, what kind of creep on the council suggested that? Well, queen, maybe if you bathed in public, maybe just bathed in public, they might appreciate the benefits. Oh, Vince. Okay, that was Vince. That was that was proposing that. Well, sorry, Vince. No public queen bathing for you. I tried to show the peasants the benefits. No, it didn't go well. I was turned into a laughing stock. Work on the bathhouses begins immediately with the grandees overseeing development. Oh man, that cost a lot of money. True, the chiefs grumble about getting soft and silly pampering, but they'll say anything. Across the land, everyone is smelling much sweeter, and the grandees are all rich, the richer for it. Hey, look at that. Stability is now serene. Oh shit. Trade can't go higher for the south, and you guys got a little richer down there. Oh, you guys got a lot richer down there. Holy shit. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Everybody should have bathhouse. Every city should have at least a couple bathhouses in it. Yo, first time chat from Lightning Strike 982. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Let's see. You have joined the Counts. Lulu, you finally get a co-collaborator in the Counts. Down with the King. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Lightning. Thank you. Although, unfortunately, my cat cam isn't hooked up at the moment, so sorry about that. And I don't think... Yeah, they are not. Neither of them are in the room with me right now. But should one of them come in here, I will snag them up for you so you can check in on them. Yay, Lulu finally has a friend. They make cameos. Yes, they make the occasional cameos. Okay, let's see. Oh, this one I like. Monarch's Golden Choice is a good one. I'm gonna replace Call for Unity with that. So I could do some bribing. Bankruptcy looms. Yeah, let's figure out this money situation. The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness. Where the hell did it all go? Well, it went to the bathhouses, honestly. Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You can get a bank loan or sell off some crown jewels or perhaps crack open some of your predecessors' tombs. Most were buried with piles of gold, or so I've heard. I own the Royal Mint, don't I? Make more coin. All right, let's not do that. Take a hefty loan from Salvant and Gaul. Let's not do that. Sell off some of the royal jewelry to wealthier nobles. Lowers my authority. I'm gonna do this one. You auction off dozens of necklaces, 5 gold rings, and jeweled scepters to the nobles. It is a humiliating affair. Selling off symbols of power makes you look weak and desperate. My authority is dubious. Oh, look at this tiara. Fetching, isn't it? Don't mind if I do. So, Grandees, that was Taco. She gets a tiara. So her wealth goes down a little bit, but the treasury goes up. Hey, check out this scepter. It's like I'm the queen. Wisp is cosplaying the queen over there. His vast wealth goes down a little bit, but the treasury goes up a little bit. All right, got some of that money back. I don't know, man. We've all got money. Yeah, everybody in the kingdom is fucking loaded except for me. I guess Cain and Lightning are the recent entries here, so they're not quite as loaded, but goddamn, you guys can all... If you guys could all put your money together, you can just buy the throne. You don't need to plot and scheme to overthrow me. You can just buy the throne outright. Your wedding to Frida is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only ones not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Frida at your side. Do you take this person as your lawfully wedded spouse? I do. Then I pronounce you queen and spouse. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new spouse Frida delivers a short but heartfelt toast expressing a wish to get to know you better. Stability can't go higher. The authority is back to credible, and a lot of that defiance has lowered a little bit, so that's good. By the time you find yourself alone with Frida, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired. I miss the north. It's too warm down here, and people twist their words. They don't mean what they say. What do you mean? Everyone down here speaks in circles, insulting each other without really insulting each other. I don't know how you stand it. It's tough, but I have to do my duty. By the old gods, I feel for you. I couldn't do it. After finishing the last of the wine, you head to your separate bedchambers. It seems your spouse is happy to take their time getting to know you. Okay. Queen Wisp. No, I can't do this. I've never chosen that option yet. One of these days I will. I will leave my fiance at the altar. I gotta try that in one of my playthroughs. Oh, the Night of the Seven Pyres. It's not long until the Night of the Seven Pyres. As you journey south, the sun beats down like a hammer. Grand events meets you at the gates of the city of Tolavine. Glad you can make it, Your Majesty. Welcome to Tolavine. Tell me what I need to do. A beautiful place you have. It's been a while since I made my way this far south. The whole city is excited to have you here, Your Majesty. The citizens cannot wait to see your pyre burn. You will provide the surrounding entertainment and arrange the event's spectacular climax. But first, which of the deposed gods' effigies do you wish to be responsible for burning? The 8th god? One of these days, I'm actually going to look up all the lore to this game, because apparently this game has a lot of deep lore. I'm going to have to look that up. The 8th god, the Entombed One. The 7th god, the Lord of Darkness. The 6th god, the Poison Eater. Or the 3rd god, the Drowned Lady. I guess I'll do the Entombed One. An excellent decision, Your Majesty. Traditionally, the 8th god's effigy is burned in the cemetery. Now, what kind of entertainers will you be hiring to surround your pyre and impress spectators? Fire dancers. I could hire Lulu and her cohort there. Lion tamers, clowns. Let's not do clowns in the cemetery. That just sounds like a horror movie. Acrobats, fire breathers. Fire breathers sounds cool too. I'm gonna do fire dancers. Hey, I got you. Yeah, clowns in a cemetery sounds like a really bad mix. A wonderful choice, Your Holiness. The fire dancers of the South are famed throughout the kingdom. You'll need more than that to draw a crowd, however. Who else? Oh, more than that? Well, shit. I don't want to spend any more money. Maybe I will do the clowns. Fire dancers and clowns. I'll do fire breathers too. I do not know how they do it without burning their. There's a lot of fire going on here. I do not know how to do it with how they do it without burning their lips, Your Majesty. Must be technique. Anyone else? Anyone else? Should I do the clowns? But it is kind of funny though. Lol. Clowns in a cemetery sounds like an 80s horror movie. Clowns. Clowns? I should put the clowns in? Alright, fuck it. I'm sending in the clowns. I must admit, Your Majesty, the things horrify me, but it is your decision. With all those entertainers, your power will be quite the spectacle. That's not all. How about some lion tamers? That's fucking funny. I'll just throw everybody in there. That's all. That's all, though. Your work is not yet done, Your Majesty. You must decide on the pyre spectacular climax. Sometimes we go with fireworks, but those are expensive. The black powder must be sourced all the way from Kurth. A less exciting alternative is to topple the effigy over like a falling tree. We will fill the effigy with an obscene amount of fireworks. I don't have the money for that. A normal amount of fireworks should be enough. I don't know if I want to spend that money. Well, this is so expensive. Fine, I'll spend the money. I'll spend the money. Wonderful, Your Majesty. Your power will culminate in a fireworks display, bringing the night sky alive. I'll make the arrangements at once. I can't wait. Soon the night of the 7 pyres is upon you. The streets of Tolavine are crammed with merrymakers. As the royal stagecoach makes its way to the cemetery, the citizens greet you with cheers and tossed roses. The effigy of the 8th god towers over gravestones, a 50-foot straw stuffed man with dozens of burning eyes. As it bursts into flames, out come your fire dancers, clowns, and fire breathers. You anxiously await for the crowd's reaction. The clowns honk and squeak, the fire dancers sway alluringly, spinning their flaming torches. The fire breathers roar gouts of flame. The crowd applauds, delighted at the sheer spectacle. Finally, your effigy explodes and fills the night sky with fizzling colors. The crowd coos. The nearby cathedral looks distinctly flammable. Hopefully nothing will go wrong. Oh, Jesus. Awesome. Fortunately, no stray sparks catch anything alight. Thank the stars you didn't want to be known as the queen who burned down Tolavine. I guess if I used the huge amount of fireworks, then that probably would have been a much more likely outcome. The next day, you wait anxiously to hear how the South reacted to your fiery display. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All anyone could talk about is your spectacular pyre. Everyone agrees you honored the 9th god and put on one hell of a show. Excuse my blasphemy. Alright, so Faith Challenge succeeded. Defiance is loyal. Okay, cool. So I have some space to tax them. I have some space to tax you rich fucks down there in the Grandees. Faith is now zealous. Authority is commanding and stability can't go higher. Yeah, aside from my fucking treasury, I'm doing a pretty damn good job over here. Send in the clowns. Who are you all right there? You look kind of dead, old chap. Clowns as the honor guard. Nobody would bother you. They should offer clowns as an honor guard. I wonder if these clowns are from outer space. Always a pleasure to serve my people. Praise the 9th god. I'll just say that one. Thank you, Your Highness. I hope you come down someday for another night of the 7 pyres. That was fairly successful. Outing the Spy Master. Far in the east, Countess Lulu II, because the original was burned alive, is hosting a dinner party in her castle with a few distinguished guests. I feel like if a noble dies, then I feel like their scheme should be reset. Like the scheme should not be allowed to go on undisrupted if the noble that initially set the scheme up dies. Our plans are going better than expected. The Spy Master thinks that all is well in the kingdom. Thanks to her lack of attention, I have made a fortune selling weapons to the Ashmedian Empire, even though it's forbidden. Oh, you fucking traitors. Trade can't go higher. You traitors. Things are proceeding better than I ever imagined. Our next step is to replace the palace watch with our own loyal guards. We already control the honor guard. If we can buy the loyalty of the watch, we will have complete control of the palace. For the next stage of their scheme, the counts must lower the treasury to 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. Well, it's already there. A legend of the South. The prophesied Ninth Herald has finally manifested on Celeste Ah, taking the form of a humble noble known as Zakintha, who hails from a farming town in the southern hills. Or so the grandees claim. Aha, peasants all over the South are flocking to you, Zakintha. I knew you could do it. Praise be to the Ninth God. Praise be, but this is just the beginning. With him on our side, we will capture the minds of the common folk and lead a holy crusade against the false queen. The people still need a push, however. With just the right amount of chaos, the peasants will take up arms and die for you. For the next stage of their scheme, the grandees must lower stability to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Oh, that's going to be a tough task. Crystal pox. Your greatness, I bring bad news. An outbreak of crystal pox is ravaging the north. How many dead? Whole villages have succumbed. The disease is terribly virulent. Your Majesty, if I may make a suggestion, victims of crystal pox are only infectious at the boil stage. Once they are fully covered in crystals, they no longer spread the disease. Oh shit, everything went green on me. The entire East picked the scheme. I just happened to be the entire East at that moment. Fair enough, fair enough. I think we got this. We'll see about that. Victims of the crystal pox are only infectious at the boil stages. Once they are fully covered in crystals, they no longer spread the disease. Indeed, the crystal pox crystals can be harvested and used in jewelry. If we allow the pox to spread, we could make money in the north. By the old gods, woman, that is heartless, even for you. The only way to fight the pox is to close the roads and shut down all trade until the wave subsides. Is that what you want? For the north to lose money? Alright. A. Spread the crystal pox and harvest the gems. Not a fan of that. Although that does give me a lot of money. Don't do anything one way or the other. Or quarantine the north to prevent further spread. I feel like vetoing. I think the only thing we haven't tried, like, this is a disaster. This is a disaster. The only thing we haven't tried though is quarantine. I don't think we've tried quarantining it, so I would like to see what happens if we quarantine it. I'm back. Where were you, Kane? I didn't notice you had gone. I was just breezing through all of this. I guess you missed out on some votes. Or you missed out on me doing the pyre, burning the pyre. All right. Quarantine the north to prevent spread. All right, let's do this. Blockades are placed on the road leading in and out of the north. Nobody goes in or out. For a month, the crystal pox ravages the countryside. Trade is now struggling, some chiefs' wealth decreased, and stability is now peaceful. Okay, that's not the big hit that it would have been if we just let it spread. When the blockades are lifted, many fields lie fallow with no farmers left to attend them. Northern villages are dotted with gleaming statues of the afflicted. But thanks to the consul's quick thinking, the disease doesn't spread beyond the north's borders. Once the roads reopen, the chiefs harvest gemstones from the quarantined dead and sell them for a tiny profit. Well, at least you sons of bitches made some money out of that. The good word. Hello, Aurora. I've had an idea. My people back up north are not the most religious in the kingdom. Unlike me, many still cling to their old pagan traditions. The problem is, with all these foreign priests coming up north, no one ever listens to them. But I think if the message came from one of their own, it might make a difference. You want to become a preacher? Not a preacher exactly, just an ambassador, I suppose, to show them what it means to be faithful, to be a faithful adherent of the ninth God. Will you give me your blessing? I think it'd be better if you didn't rock the boat, or go forth and bring the good word to them, my love. Well, I'll go with that one. Why not? Thank the ninth. I'll make my preparations immediately. Word spreads that the royal consort will tour the north. Thousands flock to the towns and villages where they plan to stop. Once they arrive, Frida gives a series of impassioned speeches to the locals, pleading with them to abandon their heathen ways. Faith is now agnostic. It strikes a chord. The Archbishop happily announces that the church attendance is rising all across the region. Oh man, religious fanaticism. I had a bag of Hot Ones buffalo chicken nuggets from the frozen section earlier. Actually pretty good. Their chicken strips are really good too. I've had those before, and they are pretty good. And that hot sauce, their hottest one, actually is pretty damn hot. Count Lightning Strike. Your Grace, the East has been struck with plague. And not just any plague, a dancing plague. Oh, that sounds like something that would be going on in the East. You're pulling my leg. This is no laughing matter, Your Majesty. It affects everyone, even dogs and cats. Ah, so they're not eating the dogs and cats in the East, but they're dancing with them. We don't know how it started, but it's spreading quickly. Whole villages are dancing themselves half to death. That was an actual epidemic, I believe. I believe that was an actual epidemic in, like, the Dark Ages England or something. Yeah. The Dancing Plague of 1518. The Dancing Plague of 1518, or the Dance Epidemic of 1518, was a case of dancing mania that occurred in Strasbourg, Alsace, modern-day France, in the Holy Roman Empire from July 1518 to September 1518. Somewhere between 50 to 400 people took to dancing for weeks. There are many theories behind the phenomenon, the most popular being stress-induced mass hysteria suggested by John Waller. Other theories include ergot, a fungus, and religious explanations. There is controversy concerning the number of deaths. So, yeah. Dancing plague. A supposedly real thing. Typical, they're dancing with the dogs and cats. What should be done about the dancing plague that has gripped the East? A, quarantine the affected village. B, pass a law that forbids dancing. Oh, we're going to do the old dirty dancing thing. Or is it footloose? C, let it be. How bad is dancing anyway? I will pay you all to quarantine this village too. You vote for A, you'll make some money. I meant to ask if I could add you on Steam. Yeah, of course. Ergot equals LSD. It was a case of ergot-infected rye. Then the town bread was made from it. Oh, shit, okay. I'm a sucker for money. Is that everybody? Nope. You don't have another person that wants to toss in on A? Who didn't vote? Somebody needs to vote for A over here. Wisp voted, Island voted, Lulu voted, Lightning has not voted. Come on, Lightning, give me a vote for A. Make a little bit of money. Give me a vote for A. I'm that dude Vince on Steam. Did you add me? You could just add me and I'll add you back. Alright, I guess I'm gonna lose on this one. Ergotamine is close related to LSD. I mean, I guess that makes some sense. Not sure what your name is on there. Hold on a second. Wait, what? Oh, here we go. We already are friends on Steam. Yeah, I see you online. We already are friends on Steam, Vince. A dancing plague might bring some life to the masses. Why not let it spread? Soon half the kingdom is dancing round the clock as the plague hits other regions, including the capital. Productivity is down and crops are rotting in the field, but at least everyone appears to be having a good time. Oh man, well, that's not good. Yeah, many people trip balls due to improperly stored foods during the Middle Ages. Alright, it's time for an auction again. Let's go. I'm probably gonna do one more season. And then call it. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Ian F, get that prison out of here. We don't want a prison. Man, you guys are such prison-minded sons of bitches. Nobody wants a library? Nobody's gonna fund a library? I'm the monarch. I should be able to misappropriate these funds. It's also bullshit that you guys are just like funding it to like 15 bucks. There should be like a limit, like a limit. Like you if you're gonna fund it, you have to do at least some amount. You can't be building aqueducts for $8. Come on, guys. Oh, there's all sorts of shit going on in the capital. Your marriage with Frida has grown strong and steady like an old castle wall. Though it began as a political arrangement, it's blossomed into something like love. It's high time you thought about an heir. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair, but something's still missing. You need an heir. Yes, I have my heir right here. Oh, she's not happy. She's like, stop putting me in front of this thing. Oh, what? You want me to put you down? Are you unsettled? Are you unsettled, lady? Okay. Well, there you go. Go eat your snack. Okay. You need someone someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, but even if they're a bastard or youngest of your many cousins. What happens if I make my younger cousin the heir? Of course, entirely sensible idea. I'll make arrangements at once. Rumors of bribery. It's not rumors. I bribe people all the time. Your Majesty, I've heard some disconcerting whispers about Countess Lulu too. Oh, another Lulu. Are we gonna burn her for this? She has been discreetly offering coin to your palace watch. Just gifts, she says. Gifts of enough coin to retire with. I had no idea Countess Lulu too was so generous. What is she playing at? I thought the counts could be trusted. My honor guard will keep me safe. The Palace Watch have been grumbling about their low wages recently. If we don't give them a pay bump, these bribes will look very appealing. But unfortunately, we can't give them the pay rise with the treasury as low as it is. We need to bring this matter to the council. Okay, assemble them at once. By Zhenya's ashes, you don't have a shred of proof of any of this. Don't make me laugh. I trust the rest of the council will join me in scorning these lies. Take emergency action to boost the treasury. Sack the current watch and rehire from scratch. These are baseless allegations. Well, I will veto these are baseless allegations. Two by four in a bucket. Our prison is just a rabbit cage. Looks delicious. Oh, gobby. She doesn't have a lot of meat on her bones, though, so it'd be thin eating. Stop eating people's pets. Donald Trump said I'm supposed to. I can't believe he actually did that. You guys are just desperate to lower my stability. I gotta punish you. I need to punish all of you. I'm gonna make you all pay. Most of the extra cash goes straight to the Palace Watch. Hopefully this will buy their loyalty. And the pagan prophecies. The Northern Chiefs, God Speakers, have uncovered an ancient prophecy. What does it say? That's beside the point. All I know is this specific heresy is spreading like wildfire and must be stamped out immediately. What she means to say is the Chiefs plan to use the prophecy to justify unseating you. True or not, many Northerners believe it. Cut to the chase. What do I need to do? You must ensure that faith in the ninth god is strong across the kingdom. It will be our best defense against the pagans. Order the north to order priests to go north and decry the prophecy as false. Invent a counter prophecy. Delay the scheme for one day. Allow the prophecy to spread. No one will believe it anyways. I guess I will vote for. I'll vote for B. You motherfuckers are so hungry to vote for A. You're voting A before I even open the damn vote. Jesus, man. You're like, hey. All right. All right, we might get to delay a scheme. Okay. Awesome. You have your scholars and theologians discover another prophecy which contradicts the first, written on older stone tablets found in this same archaeological site. That's convenient. We're doing a PSYOP campaign. The Northern Commoners are not sure who to believe. You bought yourself some time. The chief's stat goal will not be evaluated until the end of next season. Doing a PSYOP. We're doing a psychological operation. Blackmail and bribery. In the darkest depths of an eastern forest, Countess Lulu II has gathered her fellow plotters around a mossy stone obelisk. Some of our bribes have been accepted, but not enough. The Queen is paying the Palace Watch well enough that their loyalties aren't easily swayed. So we have some of the watch in our pocket. Isn't that enough? No, not yet. We can't make a move until we're sure we won't be discovered. The Count's aim is to lower treasury to 1,500 or less. Deep in the south, a grandee paces along the balcony of his hillside villa. Vince, it's just not enough. The peasants love Zakintha and believes the miracles, but they won't rise up to put her on the throne. Take heart, Grandy. We are at the threshold. The peasants need only a small push. If only we can engineer that push. The Grandee's aim was to lower stability to 4 or less. Okay, let's see. Gonna tax the chiefs. I'm gonna tax the Grandees. The counts are pretty defiant. God damn, that's a... I'm gonna leave them where they're at. Okay. I think this is gonna be it for me tonight. I started my stream earlier than usual to watch the debate, but this has been a long one. It's been a long one. It's been a while since I've done a 4-hour stream. But I think we leave off, for me, I guess, we leave off in a decent spot. I wish my stability hadn't been eroded. I need to get it back up to 10. I need to get that bad boy back up to 10, but next time, I suppose. Next time. Okay, let me see.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. So we have.
Whew. Thanks for the stream, Devin. Hey, no problem. Wisp, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. Night all. Hey, thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Vince. You have a good rest of your night, too. Thanks for playing all. I got a crash as well. Good night. Hey, thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Genetic Memory Farms. I hope that the debate watch was enjoyable for you, or at least I hope my takes on the debate were enjoyable for you, even if we didn't see eye to eye on some things. Take care. Good luck with all the cat and dog eating. I'm about to go eat myself a Suki. I'm pretty hungry right now. Be safe and stoned. Good peeps. Yes. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it, as always. Thank you for following me. Lightning Strike, I appreciate that as well. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday. So hopefully I see all of you back again on Thursday. I probably will be playing Tomb Raider again. It's a fun game, and I feel like I'm coming up on the towards the end of it. So hope to see you guys on Thursday, but if not, I'll see you when I see you. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and take care.